Can we go live? There I am.
We are live.
Okay, thank you. On today, Friday morning, April 25th, I'm calling to order the second day of the FY26 budget hearings. And if we could get a roll call, please.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Councillor Cassett. Here. Councillor Lindell. Councillor Faulkner.
Here.
Councillor Lee Garcia.
Here.
Chair Romero Worth.
Yes, I'm here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Okay, do we have changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, no changes from staff.
Okay. Is there a motion? Motion to approve. We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? That motion passes. All right, so my opening remarks, I just welcome everybody who's here today to talk to us about their budgets. We're looking forward to diving in. And thank you again to the committee for the hours you'll put into this. Thank you to the finance committee or to the finance department for all the work that they're doing on this. And it's my intention we'll probably take a lunch break. I'm thinking at noon. So we go till 4 o'clock, am I correct? So I figure if we go lunch, so we'll do 2 hours, then we'll take a lunch, then we'll do 2 more hours. Just to give everybody 12 to 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So we've got a lot of time here. And hopefully that noon break will come at a good time for the substance of what we're trying to do. But anyway, we're trying to take lunch breaks, and that's where we are. So without further ado, I think our first budget this morning is the community engagement department, which comprises the city clerk's office and constituent services. And our esteemed city clerk is here. And if you want to introduce to us whoever you want, part of your team, and people who may be presenting, please do so. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Finance Committee. So I am up here with Erica Quintana, who's our administrative manager, runs our budget. And I do have presentation, which is up. What I did want to show you was our team. Also with me is Deputy City Clerk Geraldine Cardenas, and she's in the, get that wrong, sorry, G. Presentation. So next slide is our mission, and we've changed this a little probably from what we submitted. As I've been here in the 6 months and evolved, I think there are a couple more things that probably we didn't know, or I didn't know was part of the mission of the City Clerk and Community Engagement team. So I'm just going to read it because it's a lot, but I think it's important for people to know what our mission is and what we do. The mission of the Community Engagement Department is to function as the public-facing front door for the city government, connecting city government to our constituents by serving as a central hub for getting help, information, and data. In this department, constituents can get answers to their questions, find updates on city programs and projects, find out about government business, and offer input toward the city's future. The department oversees and is custodian of agendas, minutes, ordinances, resolutions, and meetings of the governing body, and is the marketing and implementer for city events and campaigns. The next slide is our team, and while the org chart in the budget book doesn't really have our team as it probably sits currently, I wanted to make sure that everyone saw who is part of our team and what our team does. So the city clerk's office has the mail-in duplication, oversees all the records, the holding of the records, the governing body meetings, all the committees. And so that's a team of 6. Our marketing and communications division is a team of 5. Right now we are hiring or interviewing for the communications manager and website content developer positions. Our constituent services team is a team of 5 as well. And what I found out this week, which I didn't know, was that this team actually answers every phone call that comes into the city, meaning from the mayor's office, city manager's office, the 1-800 numbers for graffiti, for parks, all of those lines go to this team. And then last is the public defender. And currently our public defender is leaving to become the court staff attorney for the municipal judge. So we will be hiring for that as well. Next, I outlined what our budget does include. And this is just, Erica has more details about contracts if you have questions, but these are the things that it does include currently as we look at the FY26 budget. So traditionally, we hold this election budget. It only flips over every 2 years. So public campaign financing, public finance reporting for the website, the inauguration. We are putting one temp translator position. And the reason for that is when we are almost utilizing all of our contract for translation services. And when we got quotes for translation services, they were around 200,000 for just a smattering of meetings, which was cheaper to look at trying to get a temp position for a Spanish translator currently. And then maintaining all staff systems and the current staff who is in the city clerk's office. There is an additional thing that we are taking care of, which is a toolbar for ADA compliance on our website. In constituent services, we're implementing the IndyGov case management system, shopping cart contract funding for all events, maintaining staff levels, and we do have some nuisance money in that budget as well. Communications and marketing, citywide advertising, marketing, promotion, website redevelopment is in the works right now. ADA compliance toolbar, which is kind of a dual thing between city clerks and the communications, and then maintaining all staffing and subscriptions. Our public defender, we do have an added position in this budget for a paralegal. What it turns out is that the public defender does have 500 cases. I know that city manager had mentioned this yesterday. And when I talked to the public defender, I guess he's been asking for an assistant for a while. And so I wanted to see if we could do that. It is a high caseload without any staff. He has one office. And he doesn't even have a translator, which is a concern for me, having been a public defender before, where how do you communicate with your client in your confidential manner if you can't even communicate with them or have a translator? And then training and bar dues. So that is what it includes. What our budget doesn't include, and we're just highlighting these are things that we know people care about and have been asked of us, but we don't have them in our budget. One is the ADA compliance for meetings and council chambers. So full ADA compliance, meaning if we needed all matter of translation at all times for all meetings and for council chambers itself, it's not necessarily fully ADA compliant. We have been tasked with looking into it and trying to figure out how to do that. Communications and marketing division, we don't have program funding for the PEG channels, so the public, educational, and government channels. When I came in, I had been told that there was some type of funding that came in for enterprise funding. And when I dug deep with the teams, which was great, we found that that's to cover the capital cost, but not the programming. So that's something that is not included in here. Upgrades to equipment and council chambers and training budget. Constituent services, what it doesn't include is a nuisance investigator or nuisance abatement funding. So nuisance abatement funding can cost, I think the last properties that we fully abated were about 80 to 90,000. And so money had to be transferred to abate those properties in total. And then when there's a clean and lean or a lean and clean that takes place and then the money comes back, it goes back into the general fund. So we have to re-ask for money and we have to know what properties we're looking at. So currently we do have 6 properties that we are focusing on. They take a long, lengthy process, but I just wanted to bring that up. Also training for budget when it comes to, no one has investigator. Our constituent services team doesn't really know anything about the investigation or enforcement portion. So that just raised that in here. And the public defender, the reason I bring this up is when I went out to the municipal court and found what the public defender's office was. It is one office, very small, really not a lot of room for him to meet with clients, and definitely not, there isn't any room for a paralegal in there. So we're gonna have to figure that out. We have space in our record center, which we might be able to move them to, but that was something when I was talking to the judge about moving forward is how can we remodel or modify municipal court so that the public defender and the paralegal can be in there and meet with clients. And he is amenable to, walking through with facilities and looking into that. And then translation services. Our last slide is about measures of success, how we are going to measure our success over the year. And the tools acquired by the team that we have done, such as IndyGov, which will be able to give us some data analytics, heat mapping, which we have been doing on our website to see where the traffic is focused and how to better optimize our website. We're really trying to figure that out. And the team, although they've done, it's in those, we're looking into the second remodel of the website so it is more user friendly. That is what we're going to be using is our heat mapping to understand where the traffic goes and when we start changing it, whether it's successful or not. And we're hoping to have a more established data analytics, both in comms and constituent services, so we can measure how effective our services are. Right now, it's a very individualized process based on Excel spreadsheets of tracking how calls come in work orders, and it doesn't really have any, algorithms or process that helps us see how effective we are. We can tell you how many work orders we've opened, how many we've closed. We can't tell you much more about it, like whether they were closed because the property's in the county or whether they're closed because they're calling the wrong city. We don't have that type of data, and we're looking to IndyGov to help us with that. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the committee? Counselor Cassett.
Counselor Faulkner, time me. I have a lot. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I do apologize because some of these questions, Andrea, you were not here for the beginning of these projects, and I am really curious about why they're maybe not here or not completed, or why we may be doing them again. So I understand that, and that, you may need some assistance answering. The first I did want to talk about though is the Spanish translation. So you mentioned that we did have a contract, which means some of that work has been completed, I am hoping to hear. Is that correct? I know that we were discussing previously translating some of our documents, like our business license applications, or, some of these forms that individuals are frequently needing to access. Have we done any of that work yet?
Counselor Cassett, Chair Finance. So I think the answer is this is a different type of temp translation. This is for live translation for meetings.
So interpretation then?
Yes.
Okay.
So we do have two types of translation contracts that we do utilize, meaning we have someone on contract that we're continuing to keep on contract to translate any documents that need to be translated. So that's like the paper translation service. And we do have that. I don't know how far we've gotten into all of it, but basically anyone who comes to us and asks for something to be translated, we have it translated. What we're looking for is best practices in terms of if you have Spanish speakers in the audience, how are they able to hear the meetings? And so that's the remedy we're trying to find. Or if committee meetings that are not broadcasted on Zoom that don't have translation applicability. So that's the reason for the temporary translator, is for committee meetings and council meetings.
Okay. All right. So that is I know that in the past we've differentiated translating. I think it was Councilman Vitorial that made the difference, that translating was the writing and interpretation was the speaking. But so it's all of this that you discussed also with the Public Defender's Office, we're discussing more of an interpretation service?
Yes, the Public Defender's Office is an interpretation service.
I'm understanding.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it just helps to know which one. I would appreciate an update on where we are with the translation services. I know, for example, in EDAC, we had talked about the business licensing. I know that I've heard from, issues with land use, I believe, applications. So that would be wonderful to get an update there when you have the opportunity. And then I'm curious as to why we're looking at a temp position for this as opposed to a permanent, given that this is not something that one is going to change and two that we would ever not want to have available to us.
So when we looked at the position, and this was an HR budget and me looking at this position, we didn't necessarily know what kind of hours we'd be looking at because a lot of committees, they don't happen 40 hours a week. So the position as it sits would probably be a 30-hour-a-week job with more flexible hours, which leans towards a temporary position in, as it's called within HR and budget.
Do temp positions have benefits?
I don't know off the top of my head if they have benefits. I don't believe so.
Does
I think you
anybody
have to-
of the amazing brains in this room know that answer? They do not. That's what I am hearing. We have Anita here for the official answer on the mic.
Yeah, let's get, just for the benefit of people who may be watching later, an official answer at the podium. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Council Cassett, it's all dependent on whether it's going to be a term position or a temp position. A temp position necessarily wouldn't, it's a full-time, part-time position, then they would receive benefits.
What would be a full-time, part-time position?
So it would be in the POL, they would be considered for, our lifeguards. A lot of our lifeguards are, 40-hour pay period rather than 80 hours a pay period.
Mhm.
And that is a part-time, full-time employee. So they
Okay.
only work 40 hours.
Got it.
And the budget were allow it, and so long as they're within the PE para rights, that they don't go over that amount. Or para.
Okay.
Those are, you know.
It gets complex is what I am hearing.
So it could be a temp position, but if they're only looking for a part-time term position, then that would end at some point. It's just for a term,
Okay.
a year or so forth. It's dependent on what they're looking.
And so what is the classification of this particular position? Is it a temp? Is it a term for a year as long as it's budgeted?
I think it is a temp position.
Okay.
I think
temporary.
it's- yeah, I think it's a temp position.
Okay.
So we'd have to work with HR if we needed more for them to possibly look at getting either a part-time, full-time position or if it would be a term position, how that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for helping me understand that. And thank you all. I mean, that is something that I know that's, this is not a need that's going away. So as we continue to look at this and it will be really interesting to see what the need is going to be here. I know it's an area that we hear a lot that we're lacking. So, happy to hear that is moving forward. And definitely we'll want some updates on what that's looking like and if those needs are really being met or if we're going to need more for that. The 2025 elections, I have $82,000 in that budget. What is that budget supposed to cover?
I am going to let Geraldine talk about that. I know some of it, but it does not cover the actual public campaign financing.
Great, because that was my biggest concern because we already have multiple mayorals and I believe they get 60,000 who have said that
So
they're.
that budget is in a different line that doesn't sit with us until I don't know exactly how. it is,
Okay.
But we know that that is sufficiently funded in accordance with ordinance.
Okay, so yeah, what does this 82,000 include?
Madam Chair, Counselor Cassett, this would be for a consultant, for legal consultant for the election, so that there is no conflict with our legal office. And the Mobicasa, which is our portal for public campaign financing. And what's the other? Legal. Yes, so and then the other portions would be for education for the ranked choice voting guide.
Okay, and have we had legal consultation at previous elections? Is this a normal?
In the last election cycle, we did secure legal services.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And then the public financing, that is covered somewhere else and we're going to be able to cover this. I know that, I mean, at this moment, there's a number of people who've stated they're going to do public financing, so want to make sure we have that budgeted.
Yes, so I don't know exactly where that lives, but earlier in this year, we did check to ensure that it had the exact amount of money according to ordinance to transfer over.
Okay, does anybody know where that lives? It's just in the ether.
Yeah, can we get an answer to that? Maybe
I think it was
down the line.
180,000 or so the last time we checked, but I would defer to
Right,
Yeah,
so,
I'm curious where it's sitting right now and then it gets transferred over. to
so
you.
let's get an answer to that. Doesn't have to be this second, but I think we need a little bit more information on that.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the website redevelopment, didn't we do the website I mean, I know that we've done, we've kind of said that we're redesigning the website a few years in a row and I'd like some more information there. I know it's still not as user-friendly as we would like it. So what are we doing this time that's different than before? So that maybe in 2 years, we're not getting another line item for website redevelopment again. I'm sure we'll have to continue to upkeep it and upgrade it, but.
Yeah, great question. So one thing is, yes, websites need to be upgraded frequently. But the first time it was revised, it was like a complete redo from transforming it from the original website, which was individual. Everyone was able to access the website. We then took it under the community engagement team and communications department so that we had one web designer that was working on it in terms of the graphics, and we have a consultant that works with us in terms of the technical specifications. And so that's the way it looks now. The reason we're revising it is because we've seen what works and what doesn't work. We have all of these pages that have these deep wormholes or a lot of information on them that isn't necessarily helpful. So we're trying to clean it up. It's not a complete redesign. It is a cleanup so that it's more user-friendly. Some of the terminology on the website, it also isn't user-friendly when you're looking at it, like what is, your government versus city team mean versus, so trying to make sure that it is user-friendly. So the heat mapping that has been happening, probably, I think last month mainly, it really did show what pages are not accessed at all and what pages are very much accessed. So how do we refresh it? There are buttons and different things that haven't been user-friendly. So we've been taking a deep dive study into that, and now we're going to be implementing it. So it is a learning thing. I think a website, as the way it lives in society, needs to stay current, and that's what we're trying to do. It doesn't mean we're completely re-envisioning it. I think some people would love for us to completely re-envision it, but right now we're just trying to make it as user-friendly as possible.
Okay, wonderful. I'm happy to hear that. And I really do appreciate that you are focusing on that user-friendly aspect and the understanding. I know I get on there and eventually I wind up calling somebody to say, tell me again, or I just Google it, and that's what I tell constituents. So looking forward to seeing that. I know I'm at 10 minutes, so I will yield the floor for now. Thank you.
We'll come back around. Other questions from the committee? Councilor Lee Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you for the presentation. City Clerk Salazar. Again, I wanted just to ask a couple questions, and it does look like in your org chart, the constituent services vision looks like you are lacking one position.
Yes, currently the project administrator, we have selected a person for that. Their letter has come in. They will not be starting with us until June 7th.
Thank you. And project administrator, can you just explain a little bit of what they do?
Great question. So we actually utilized the project administrator title for our event planner. And the reason being is we needed to do a reclass, which is why it's called that. The current project administrator job description has a number of different things underneath it, specific to each department. So this individual will run all of the events. So Our team does the city events, meaning from the beginning of the year, next year it'll start with the inauguration. You go through the egg hunt, the state of the city. We have the movies in the park, the spray downs, the holiday plaza lighting. Last year we did a staff party. There are a lot of, and Halloween. And so really they are fun activities for the community, as well as this person is supposed to be nimble so that any event that happens in the city, we can provide, service to, meaning ribbon cuttings and all of that. So that is what that position is.
Sure. Thank you. That's, very vital to our community. Obviously, getting people involved with, engaged with the city that we live in. And I think that's very important. So just wanted to ask that quick question. Going back to, the Constituent Services Division, and, we do have a new manager. It's, basically this whole division has been redone, it looks like. And so, I'm glad to see that we have people, in their specific places to, I think that's one of the biggest, complaints or feedback we have from community is that we call constituent services and, we put in a work order and there's a queue, and a lot of times, many people reach out that they're, that they are, what their request has been closed out. And so I think that it's very, very important that we have this. I mean, this is kind of like the front facing, division to our community and how we address the needs. There's so many needs. And then obviously from those needs, they go out to each department to see how things are being resolved. And so, I'm just, more in a comment. I think that, I'm glad to see that there are those positions that are filled. The previous crew was doing a great job, and was sad to see them leave, but, it does seem like you are definitely, filling these spots. If I can move over back to questions on the public defender. So currently we do not have a public defender.
So our public defender is leaving or starts his position on the 28th. What we do have is we have a contract public defender. So during his term, he had asked for a contract public defender for conflict cases, and so he could go out of town, those types of things for coverage. We obtained that contract, and right now a contract public defender will be helping us in the interim. It is not a best case scenario, but he will also still be at the court. So that is helpful. And I have, talked with Judge Chittum, a little bit about the nimbleness of needing potentially our former public defender to potentially assist sometimes with the contract public defender and navigation. But we're hoping that job is being advertised. We are doing blasts on LinkedIn. So we're hoping that we can have that job filled. But yes, currently, as of Monday, there will not be a public defender sitting in that, but a contract public defender.
How important, obviously, it's very important to have, people, the right is to be, represented. And so, on many cases, I mean, I know we're not at the level of, magistrate or state level stuff, but, when we are deficient in this area, how does that slow down our processes in this area?
It can very much slow down the process. I mean, the prosecutor and the public defender work on a majority of the cases going through the court to move them forward. And so we need, both people to be hired up and be working so the court doesn't stagnate. So it is a very important thing, which is why as soon as he informed us that he was leaving, I put out we got the job description up, revised it or looked over it, and then started working on hiring.
And I think you mentioned that there's currently 500 cases is that an average number of cases that we're processing?
I think that's his yearly caseload.
Okay, those are my main questions. And I guess the last thing, maybe just if you can, explain a little bit about your other operating costs. I know a lot of times we just kind of want to know that's 320,000. Is it just that, stamps? What does that entail, the other operating costs for your department?
I'm going to let Erica answer that.
Counselor Garcia, you're talking about our operating, for the entire budget for our
Yeah.
whole?
Yes.
So pretty much it involves anything having to do with office needs, supplies. A big portion of that is for our special events. We do purchase a lot of, different items, a lot of swag. We like to give out the community a lot of stuff with our city logos to represent who we are, what we do. So basically a lot of it is just for us to function and to make our community better.
Okay, so maybe a lot of that could even be referred to as advertising, outreach.
It is for outreach items, but we do have a separate advertising budget.
But that's not within other operating costs.
I don't believe so.
So every event that we hold, we do everything for. I don't know if anyone knows that, but all of our staff, everything that you see at that event, whether it's the brochures, the swag, the eggs, the costumes, all of that stuff is provided by our team to host and hold that event.
And that comes out of the other operating costs?
Yes.
Okay, but we do have also because that seems like it would be advertising, somewhat of
So
advertising.
that, sorry, Counselor. So the advertising budget is for the communications team. There are a couple of different advertising budgets, but the communications team does all of the communications for the city. So that's a different budget. So marketing, when it comes to events that come out, whether it's Office of Economic Development, Arts and Culture, Public Works having a trail, all of that comes out of that advertising budget.
Okay, just kind of bring a little bit of discussion to that, because it does look like you went down from previous budget, and so no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Faulkner.
Just have a couple quick questions. I got to start. Regarding the ADA compliance, I know that we're not in compliant with what is required, and I'm just wondering what kind of strategy you have to get this done.
That is a great question. First and foremost, our website has been at the forefront of what we would like to do. So we don't have anything right now on our website. So that was the Accessibility program. I'm going to start first with our website and go down to our council chambers. So that was removed. It was not working. So we found a new provider, and we are working with them to enter into an agreement for the website to be accessible. And I actually think that program that we will be utilizing on our website, I'm hoping is just going to be a great thing for our website. It does translation, it has magnification, it is a reader program, it has all of that type of stuff on it. We actually are modeling it a little similarly to the Secretary of State's website that has all of these accessible functions, as well as it has a lot of functionality. So that's one portion of it. The ADA compliance, when it comes into the council chambers, I think, I don't know what year happened, but there was an amount budgeted towards making this ADA compliant. So then I don't know why it wasn't spent, but then it was placed on us as a task. This is something you should work on and accomplish. And so I've been looking at it with the facilities team, and the amount that was budgeted originally, I think it was in the 400,000 mark, is not even close to enough to redoing council chambers. So that has been a discussion that we have been having, trying to figure out how do we get the best we can out of the money that potentially we do have. So it's not in this budget. It's not, I think, in our current budget. I don't know where the money lives, but it was slated for updating council chambers for ADA compliance.
Okay, maybe at some point you could find out where that money is and let me know where it is. I'm curious about why we can't find it, but, a couple of notes on ADA. The program that you guys are going to use now is an excellent program. It's fantastic. As someone who needs accessibility, it's incredible. The other thing is we need to try to get as many of our PDFs into OCR format, and really should just be using OCR format moving forward, because it's accessible not just for people with visual impairments, but for the average person, it's easier to work with an OCR. And so that's something we should be doing, because we do need to update some things and get them into OCR, some PDFs. In the budget, I always ask these questions. Transfers to other funds, can you dig into that for a little more detail, please?
Madam Chair and Councilors, Councilor Faulkner. So with regard to the transfers, I think we should probably have the budget team support the departments with those questions kind of across the board. I did want to just kind of provide a little bit of context that we did make a accounting change to how transfers are shown in the budget. So those year-over-year comparisons are not they look different this year due to that accounting change. So with that, I'd love to have Andy Hopkins come up and talk about transfers specifically in relation to the clerk's office. But just wanted to provide that context that most of those variances that you're going to see in transfers this year are related to the change in how we budgeted for transfers in this budget.
Madam Chair, Councilor Faulkner, give us just a moment. We're having to run down. I did not think we had any transfers in the budget for clerk's office or constituent services this year.
Looks like you have 65,600 according to the budget book.
Yeah, and just what,
Madam Chair, that's in the original budget, not in the proposed budget.
Oh, you're right.
okay, well, regardless, I'm, like I did last year, I'm gonna want to know what other expenses are. I think that's too broad of a term in a budget. It's not. And
Madam Chair, Councilor Faulkner, that the reason for that category is that all those expenses do not fit into a neat category other than other. It includes things like services of other city departments, dues, postage, gross receipts, tax and other taxes payable, taxes, admin fees on taxes. These are all the things that really don't fit into the neat categories of personnel or operating costs. They're basically, you could call them ancillary costs or incidental costs of doing business. There are other things like postage, mailing costs, printing costs, but there really is no neat category to fit them in. You could call it postage and dues, but that would be extremely tiny. You could call it services of other departments, but that's also would be very tiny compared to the rest of it. Services of other departments is probably the largest category in there, but that wouldn't be considered an operating expense. That would be considered an overhead cost. So you can really think of other operating costs really as overhead costs more than anything.
what I'm trying to get at, and I tried to do this last year, and I think with the new way the city manager wants to do the budget moving forward, we might get some of these answers. But some of this stuff is so vague that, I would like to know what departments are they're under contract with and for how much. I would like to know some of the operating costs. And again, not tens of thousands of dollars even. I'd be happy with 50,000 to and above, just so we can see how the money's moving around the city. And so the public knows what's happening with the money as well. And so be prepared. I'm going to be asking these questions throughout the hearings. So, thank you.
Are you finished, Counselor? All right, before you guys leave the podium, I just want to clarify a few things. So other operating costs is what you were just speaking to, correct, Mr. Hopkins, which is, it's a variety of things that don't fall into any perfectly categorized line item.
Madam Chair, that's correct. And if we tried to subdivide that into all the little pieces,
Right.
budget book would be twice its length.
Okay. And then transfers to other funds, we had a big discussion about that yesterday about how you're doing that. And that also can't really be categorized in terms of what, well, in this budget, there isn't any transfer to other funds. But in other budgets, can you characterize what that money is that's flowing in and out?
Madam Chair, there are a variety of purposes for transfers for other funds. Probably the largest categories are the subsidies that we talked about from general fund to other funds like economic development, MRC.
Right, but can you break them
one of-
down per department, like as we go budget to budget? Can you
Those
characterize?
are broken out by department in the budget book.
Okay,
Expenditures by department there's a table for each department in there that lists transfers of other fund or do other funds in there. So they are broken out by department in the budget.
yeah, I'm not sure. Well, this budget is probably not the best example because there is no budget for transfers to other funds in this budget. So maybe we'll come back to this question, but City Manager Scott, I see you're wanting to weigh in.
I think your question was a little different. I think you're asking, in a given budget that has transfers, can we give you the example of what those transfers are for?
Correct.
And we can. It's easy enough to run the computer pages. It won't be so easy to understand what they are without explanation. But why don't we go through that on a couple of the budgets so that you get a sense for it? And if you're finding it useful, then we can do it beyond that. We won't be able to do it today on the budgets today, but we can do that next week.
I think that'd be helpful just to give us a sense of what this is since it's new. So.
If I could just finish my thought from earlier, after subsidies, almost all of the transfers are composed of debt service transfers. The debt service for most of the city's outstanding bonded debt are located in special debt service funds. They're done that way per bond covenant to keep them separate from all of the city's funds. But the debt service cannot be paid directly from there because those funds, with the exception of general obligation debt, which has its own property tax levy, the GRT-backed debt does not, the GRT revenue does not show up directly in those debt service funds, so it has to be transferred there. That is actually a large component, I think, as we touched on yesterday, of the budget office transfers budget in the budget office. That's composed of both subsidies to other funds and debt service payments. Debt service is probably the largest.
Okay, so that raises another question. We can't do debt service in one lump in one place. We have to parcel it out based on where that money gets spent. Is that what's happening?
Madam Chair, it is all paid from one place, the debt service fund, but by bond covenant, you have to have it in a separate segregated fund, so it's not.
By department?
No, it's the debt service for the entire city is located in those debt service funds.
Okay.
However, and those are considered non-departmental, but the actual means of supporting those funds has to be transferred in from other funds because debt service funds do not have their own revenue source. Again, with the exception of general obligation property tax backed funds, which do have their own their own debt service, or excuse me, their own revenue stream from property tax. But the GRT bond, the GRT bonds and the NMFA loans have to be pulled out of revenues from other funds to support them because there are, GRT allocations for various activities and to pay the debt service. For example, there are also a large number of utility-backed bonds. So, for example, by covenant, again, when bonds are issued for wastewater, for example, the debt service is paid out of the debt service fund because the covenants require that it be in that separate fund.
Yeah,
A
got that.
transfer is made from wastewater revenues to that fund to pay the debt service.
Okay, I think we're getting a little off track and in the weeds here, but I like the suggestion of our city manager to look at a couple of budgets to better understand what's in this transfer to other funds thing. We'll do that a couple times and see if it gives us a better sense of what this is. But back to Councilor Faulkner's, I think, concern last year and this year is, of course, other operating costs. You've explained that. I think the other place where we have questions is on the contractual line item where it says contracts and utilities. It's sort of interesting that you group contracts with utilities. I would think you could make those separate line items, but maybe you have some software inflexibility in that, because that to me doesn't really match up, but whatever. So I think that is one question that Councilor Faulkner has been interested in, is in each of these budgets, what are the kinds of things? And in this budget, we see there's $432,965,000 in contracts and utilities. Of that number, how much is contracts and what contracts is that number supporting?
Madam Chair, I'll refer that question to Chris here, who has the template open. Chris?
Sorry, I'm getting the numbers right now.
If you could just introduce yourself. We haven't seen you up here at this official podium. I know we got introduced yesterday and from the back of the room, but the people who are watching have never seen you, I don't think.
So sorry. Thank you for the question, Madam Chairman. Sir, Chris Parker.
And Chris, while you're pulling that up, just make sure you speak directly into the mic.
Sorry, public speaking is not necessarily my strength.
That's okay. We all have strengths.
All right, so the total aggregate amount for, you want the total amount for contracts?
So according to our budget book, the proposed 25-26 budget is $432,965,000. Is that what?
Second.
And it says it's under a line item saying contractuals and utilities. I'm not, I understand utility.
Oh, yeah. I
Don't really care about that. Care
right-
about it, but
Yeah, right now, the total contracts for the entire department is $432,965.
okay. And what portion of that is utilities?
That is just contracts,
Okay. So in this line item, there are no utilities, just contracts.
just contracts. Yes,
Why do we call it contracts and utilities?
I imagine it's for ease, just because we need to have a uniform way of describing it, because there's not utilities in this department. Doesn't mean there's going to be other departments that are going to need that line item.
Okay, let's go back to Mr. Hopkins. What kinds, when you have utilities, what are they, what's the significance? Is the department paying for the utilities because that's a separate enterprise fund?
Madam Chair, no, that is, the contracts and utilities are grouped together just by convention. That's something that quite a few budget books do across cities. That's just kind of a normal convention that is done. In this case, utilities would not only include water and wastewater, but also things like electric service, gas service, things of that nature. The city clerk in this case does not pay them because they're all housed in City Hall. So facilities pays those costs for City Hall. But if you're talking about someplace with a remote site, like say, for example, streets or facilities I've talked about, or water or wastewater, they have their own utilities costs because they have remote sites. They have, in the case of the treatment plants, they have large electric service costs. So those would be included in the contractuals and utilities.
And does it matter whether we own the building or whether we're leasing the building?
Or
does that depend?
That would be dependent on the lease agreement.
Yeah.
I believe just about everywhere, to my recollection, I believe that when we lease a building, we do pay the utilities costs, but I would have to refer that question to Terry Lease, in the Economic Development Department.
Okay, I'm not so,
what those-
and I don't want to get too down the hole in the utilities. It's really the contractual. So this line item represents all the contractuals. That's the thing Counselor Faulkner's concerned about. What kinds of things are represented in the contractual line item?
Oh,
What kind of contracts are there?
I will let Chris give you that because he's pulled that up.
And I'm, first of all, thank you for the question, Madam Counselor. Chairwoman. But I'm not too sure exactly if you want me to go down into exactly like by category or by like, do you want me to do? Okay.
Well,
So starting off. So starting off, we have $34,000-ish put into legal contracts. That is for public defenders. We have $39,000 in professional contracts for the city clerk admin. There's 3 contracts in there. So a stenographer for governor, for governing. Yeah. There's $5,000 for hearing officers for liquor hearings, and then there's a codification of city ordinance line. There are a couple of lines for translation of for city government and interpretation for city government and service contracts. There are machine contract, which I'm not too sure exactly what that entails. You have to ask the department for that information, but for $12,000. There is a Square 9 agenda meeting for $17,000. Records retention, that would be for $7,000. There is about $20,000 in legal contracts for the 2025 regular local election, which I think we've already covered. And on that too is a $30,000 contract for looks like a ranked choice voting guide to provide education. We have $18,000 monthly city council meeting broadcasting, $34,000 for SFC TV 16 channel. We have $30,000 for the annual maintenance of the city for the website, which again, we've covered, it sounds like. We have $75,000 in shopping cart removal, $40,000 for nuisance properties. And then we also have $52,000 for CRM system annual fees.
okay, thank you. That's very helpful. All right, we've belabored this topic enough. Thank you. I think we made the point.
Yield my time. To you, because you just did my argument.
Okay, I won't, I do have some questions of my own. And the biggest one, so I think we're good with you guys. Thank you. Thanks for your help. Back to you, Madam City Clerk. I want to know more about this IndyGov. This is, I feel like the first time we've heard about this. What is this? What is it going to do? When does it come online? Do you have it already? Are you still issuing the paperwork to get it? Give us some more information.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. IndyGov, I think I did bring it to governing body just to talk about it, that we are implementing a new system. What it is it's a constituent services system. It's like a ticket system. And so anytime someone calls, we're able to enter information based on that individual, and it's able to track it in the system. So we can pass the ticket, we know when it's closed, we know what information is in there. And so it's almost like a client management system in terms of how it operates. So we did enter into the contract. We're in phase 1, which is the discovery kickoff. So we're meeting with the IndyGov team, giving them information about who we want as users, how we want to utilize the product, and also what it is we kind of expect from it. It has a lot of different systems. Right now, the largest system that's being used in the state is the state government uses it in their constituent services team. But it has been federally used for different legislative teams. It's really a way to best practice communicate with your constituents. So they're building it out. We're in the kickoff. It's then going to be in the account configuration, the training and launch, and the project close out. So by the end of this fiscal year, we are looking to have it implemented. So they're utilizing our website, looking at what jot forms we have, all of that kind of information to see how we can funnel everything into it so that the team can best respond to constituents.
Okay, one quick question on that. I have a constituent who's very concerned about whether it's possible to anonymously report things. And I don't know, my understanding is that because of the Open Meetings Act requirements, if you report something to the city and there's an IPRA about that, your information as reporting it can be provided as part of the IPRA, unless there's a very specific category, unless it has to do with child well-being. There isn't really a way to report things anonymously other than maybe to report them to your city councilor, and your city councilor fills out the form, I guess.
So I was actually, thank you for your question, Chair. I think that the thing is people can report. The most easy way to report anonymously is to call our constituent services. You do not have to provide your information. The only problem is if it's a matter that's going to be taken to court or needs to have further evidence or documentation, or you want to know what's happening with it and you don't leave your callback number, you will not know what's going on. So there are benefits to not report or reporting it anonymously, and that is the way you could do it, is call in. If you do fill out any of our forms online, I know that it does require some type of information, but that is the way to do it. But there are downsides to that as well.
Okay, and I've taken up enough time, but I do want to touch on my favorite topic, which is shopping carts. So that little list that we just got, that's one of the great things about that. What Councilor Faulkner is asking for is $75,000 to pick up shopping carts. How much money did we put towards shopping carts last year?
75, I believe. It was increased. So it's a 4-year contract. It was originally 60,000 and it has increased to 75,000.
Okay, so the 4-year contract is for a lump sum, and within that lump sum, this year we're going to spend more.
I believe the contract was amended last year to allow for spending more last year and this year.
This makes me crazy.
Expires at the end of the year.
It really does. And I know, and I've been involved in this, are we seeing, so we're not seeing any decrease in the number of shopping carts. I know we've had meetings with retailers. We know we can break out. I think we even saw that in the beautification booklet that was put together. We have a breakout by retailer, the shopping carts and where they're coming from, where we're picking them up from. But this is not declining. This problem isn't getting better.
So in terms of the numbers, I think it hasn't looked like the problem is getting better. What I will say is when you go to actual retail stores, there are a lot of them are now creating those lines where you can't push them over, like at Trader Joe's and different locations. So I think some locations potentially are decreasing in the amount of shopping carts that we are picking up for them. I think currently probably the highest shopping cart amount for any business is probably Walmart. And so that is still a problematic area in terms of those are the most shopping carts that the contractors pick up, but they're still finding them.
Right. And I hear, so I think that's called geofencing. And I hear that, if you really want a fence, if you really want a shopping cart, you can break the gadget that keeps the cart in a fenced area. So, but when I introduced legislation on this a few years back to charge retailers for us picking them up, because we are spending significant funds to pick them up. It was not very many places had geofencing. And so we pulled the legislation back. The retailers said they'd work hard to try to do things to control their carts. Of course, their carts are valuable to them. They're not inexpensive infrastructure for the retailers. And this is just one of these problems that I don't know. I don't know what we do about it, but I am not happy that we're spending as much money as we are to go around and collect them. And I don't know what the next step is, but I'm just flagging this issue. So,
If I may,
yes, Counselor Faulkner.
Counselor Garcia, Lee Garcia and Amanda and Counselor Travis and I are working on a piece of legislation. So if you're interested in looking at it, co-sponsoring, I think we'd love to have you.
Okay, so just want to say I did have legislation on this. I pulled it back. We have been in conversation with retailers. It continues to be a problem. The city is spending significant resources, it seems, on this problem. It's not getting better. I think my time is up for now, and I will go to, I know Counselor Cassett has more questions. I'll go to Counselor Cassett, then we'll go to Counselor Lee Garcia, and I may have a couple more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree regarding the shopping carts, and I know that's been a big issue for a while, so glad that we were able to pull that out. I want to jump back to Indigov for a moment with some of the things that I've heard about constituent services and the system that we currently have. And I apologize if I missed this. I'm curious if there is more automation. Because I know right now, every single CRM that comes in has to be touched and managed by one of our constituent services staff, and they have a lot coming in. Whereas, I know they can mark, this is a pothole, as opposed to it popping through. Can we immediately send it to the appropriate staff member in that department so that we don't have to filter through constituent services? Is that going to be a possibility?
Counselor Cassett, yes, that is the point of this ticketing
Okay.
system is the ability to pass it to the department so that they can then respond when they've completed it. So I know all the departments have their own work order system, so we're not trying to affect the work order systems. We're just trying to create a system that gives us both feedback, information, and accountability for when someone calls in and complains, where it goes, how it comes back, and so that we can ensure that something is closed. It also does do internally a lot of the stuff that I know that the council has liked in terms of understanding how many work orders, what the jurisdictions are, different locations in the district. That's going to be programmed in there so that we can extrapolate instead of having to create it ourselves. We have, pivot tables from our Excel spreadsheets right now and Word documents, but they don't translate to anything. We have to do it ourselves. So this will change that.
Good. Well, anything that can really help with this team's efficiency, I know that they do handle a lot. The other question about this has to do with the emails out to constituents. As you mentioned, things will get closed. We don't know why. Neither do our constituents. And it's really confusing when they get this email of congratulations, your work order has been closed and the issue hasn't been dealt with, but rather it's been closed because it's not something the city can deal with. It's, oh, this is a PNM issue. This is a county, and we've closed it because, we have sent it on to where it needs to go. But will we be able to better communicate that with our constituents?
Counselor Cassett, yes, that has actually been my mission, to ensure that we are giving appropriate information to the community about how their orders are being communicated. So yes, we have the ability, one, to draft our own language. I know that language was drafted by us, but we have the ability to draft language based on specific topics so that, any constituent services specialist can send out that pre-recorded kind of language, but also individually respond to each one through the system.
Okay, so yeah, we can tailor it, which is wonderful. I'm happy to hear that. Real fast back to the conversation around chambers. There's also been, this may have already been taken care of. I know for a while we were not, Councilor Lindell, you were the one that actually really brought this to my attention. We weren't on public access TV for a while. Is that correct? TV, television, we weren't on public? No, we were? We used to be, and we haven't been since COVID, correct? Or since we went to hybrid? I know there's been an issue there. Is that issue resolved, or is that still a problem?
Counselor Cassett, that issue has not been resolved. So the issue is by us going on Zoom, we have had problematic features about getting us back onto Comcast. So the team has been working through that. There is no live broadcasting through Comcast. We have had both the IT teams and our team looking at that issue. We think we have a workaround. We just have to buy some equipment to do that to see if it can work. But no, we are having problems with that.
Okay. Absolutely. I mean, well, I'm fine with it. Chair, are you good with that? Apologize, I forgot which role I'm in.
Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Chair. That's been so ongoing for so long that, with all due respect, I don't know who's working on it, but they're not doing a very good job. It's been a couple of years. I don't know if they pay 5 minutes attention to it in a month, but it would seem like maybe we just identify that and put as long into it as it takes to fix it. Because it's ridiculous. I mean, the amount of time that has taken, and you weren't, that's not on you. But you're the leader, so you can direct someone to fix that. And I'd like to see it fixed before I walk out the door. So let's make that a goal. Thank you.
Back to you, Counselor Cassett.
So then also, I forget what the name of our public radio station is. I am Googling. Is that KSFR where Kevin has left us? Are we still on there? Because I don't believe I've seen anybody coming in with their. We are wonderful. Great. Thank you. Last comment. I saw somewhere that there was a conversation around fostering trust with our brand development, which obviously I think is a really important piece. However, I want to, I'm not sure how much of it is brand and how much of it is that communicating with the community is hard. And I get that, because I will have this conversation with people who say, how come I didn't know about this? I was like, well, it was in the New Mexican, it was on our social media. Well, I don't read the paper and I'm not on social media. I'm like, I don't know what to do at that point. But I think that is a lot of the pieces that I hear. And I know that it's hard because we do have a very scattered news environment. And the places, again, that people should be going to get information they don't want to go to, they don't want to sign up for our emails. But I think that is a big piece. And I have seen the team actually really do a good job of pushing things out on social media. I know that we got onto Instagram. But when I hear about the issues around trust, I'm not sure it's brand as much as how do we get information to our constituents, and what are some different creative ways that we can be? How do we make sure that we are giving them the information that they feel they need? And sometimes it's not the information that would necessarily come to our mind. I had a constituent who was very taken aback by the Richards Crossing. I was like, well, this conversation's older than I am. So, but again, things, people move in and people don't necessarily always know about that. So I just wanted to put that on your radar, that as we're working on that, it is really important. But I think that it's going to, continuing to be creative about how we get information and really understanding what is the information that people are really wanting to see, that we may not be giving them, because we live and breathe this every day. So it seems maybe more obvious to us, or just some piece in the way that we're communicating it. So as you're working on that, that is something I just would really encourage you to think about, because it's extremely important, and I am glad that it is a focus of the department. And other than that, I think everything's been covered. Thank you.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be brief with this. I just have a couple of comments in regards to, one, the shopping carts issue. I think that was something that Councilor Romero Worth brought forth and worked on it. I think we need to find what the root cause of where they're being taken and where we're having to pick them up from. And so, with my co-counselors, Faulkner and Chavez, we are looking into that and seeing how we can mimic other cities that deal with this, and how we can get this resolved, because it is, it definitely not only the cost, but, you know, when you see stuff just throughout the city. The information that was given to us previously in a report regards to where they're being taken from and where we're having to pick them up at kind of eludes us to the issue that we're having. I would be very, very adamant that retailers would want to see how we could work together to fix this issue. Because, you know, I think some of the statistics is that Walmart and Target were the top two that are being picked up. Target had one of the best geofencing, and they were still being taken. So how do we work with them? And how do maybe we come up brainstorming as a city as to why they're being taken and how we can help the people that are taking them with some sort of service. That's just an idea. I will go back to our other operating costs, and I know we did have some information in regards to what that is, but $320,000, if that's things like hats and chapsticks and things that we're handing out at events, that's quite a lot of money. And so I would really love to see how that is broken out, and it being some sort of advertising versus just other expenses. Brochures and things of that nature. I mean, that's part of supplies. And so that's kind of where I would like to see more transparency in that area. And it is important that we get out there and people have our pens and have things that are supplied by the city. But a lot of times that goes from our desk to their car to the trash. Not saying that that's bad. It happens in private businesses too. They give stuff out, but quite a lot of money there. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair. And if you'd like to respond to that, it sounded like you did, City Clerk.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. So I think they went through the contracts that we have, but this also includes like anytime we have vendors for events or pay for food for events, all of that is included when we're hosting an event. It also, it's not, our swag budget isn't that big. It is pretty small. The majority is how do you host events? How do you be there for events? And so when it comes to signage, when it comes to posting all of the advertising, every time we advertise on Facebook or any of the social media platforms for any event or any handprint advertising, that costs us. And so we are paying for that. That's included then.
And I appreciate that. I think that just alluding back to how is that broken down, and we went through the contractual stuff. I mean, great to hear. Well, we are spending 75,000 in shopping carts. We're spending 30,000 in this, and so that's where this other operating expense costs. You know, if it is food, well, how do we? I get it. Everything it costs a lot, and I do appreciate how hard you all work in making these events happen. They're not cheap. And so if we can just have a little bit more breakdown on things, that would be very well received and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but I'm going to beat a dead horse. So this book, really great. If you haven't read it, City of Santa Fe, Strengthening Beautification and Safety Initiatives. It is on our website. I did have a aggravating experience trying to find it on our website. I don't know. I think maybe you fix that and it's more prominent, but this is actually there's a wealth of information here. And on page 16, it does break out the shopping carts. It says here that there are 46 retailers, that the number of shopping carts I think we picked up last year was 5,311. There seems to be, mostly they're on public streets, medians, arroyos, parks. I know from when I was looking into this issue, there are some that I think congregate around like apartment buildings where people just use them as a way of getting their groceries back to their home. But there's some commercial businesses, the Santa Fe River is another place, and some residential homes, I guess they've been picked up from. So, and the biggest offenders are Walmart and all our Target. And I know we The mayor and I and staff have had conversations with some of these big retailers, and I know they're aware of it. They're frustrated with it too. And they've tried to do things. And again, I just, it's a frustrating problem. But if you want more information, this book is actually really great on a number of things. So give that a plug. We haven't talked about nuisance. So this is another area that I'm really interested in and have done some work in. So you said we have 6 properties where we have, that we're looking at. I know that there were 1 or maybe 2 properties in my district that we ended up even demolishing homes. And I don't know, you know, how successful we are with getting liens and actually recovering money spent. We spend a lot of money on nuisance properties cleaning up, and that may just be a black hole where we just spend money and we have no ability to get back money. I guess, this budget, can you just go over again what this budget covers for nuisance, what it doesn't cover, and any sense you have about the nature of the problem we're facing and, you know, our ability to handle it? Because this is a big area, and one that I've, you know, I did carry legislation with some of my co-counselors about creating nuisance abatement plans. I think that was a good step in the right direction, but we're still struggling with this issue. So maybe we could just spend a minute and talk about that.
So first off, that I do want to say that nuisance, as it's defined in our ordinance, could be anything. When it comes to an abatement plan, it is, you know, 6 calls within a 6-month period. That is the kind of marker that we've put in our ordinance. One of the problems is that what is a nuisance is kind of, when you say public health and safety, I started doing all the research and all the laws. It is incredibly broad. And it means different things under different statutes. But when people call us, there's a whole plethora of why they're calling a nuisance property. Sometimes it's, you know, weeds and dog poop in a property and they want their neighbor to be cleaning that up. And sometimes it's continual drug activity of a drug house. And sometimes it is a falling down, dilapidated location that has all of the things happening to it, which I think then gets a majority of our attention, because that is the one that has the most calls and the most health and safety violations. And so the properties that you've mentioned before, like Man Street, are those blatant things that when we want to be taking care of a nuisance, we have both evidence and documentation and phone calls to move that forward. And while it's not fast, we do have a process for it, because it's not only, a nuisance isn't just something that maybe we feel or we think is a problem. We have to have documentation to move it forward. And so I think why I'm kind of giving this explanation is because we get a lot of calls about nuisance that is a broad topic of nuisance. And our team they're not investigators. They're really there to help constituents get answers and get process done, but they aren't there necessarily to be the inspector. And that's why I kind of raise it as it would be nice to have a nuisance team of some kind. And we have a team, meaning we have a bunch of hardworking individuals who come together every week for a meeting to discuss this and try to figure it out. But that is not their main job. That is not their main role. And so it is very hard to get these things done, because you have all these people working together for this hour, and then we send out letters or do whatever we need to do, and then it's kind of on to the next week. So if there is someone who could be at the forefront of this, an individual who we call either, you know, a nuisance investigator, a nuisance officer, and they are a, you know, badged enforcement person, that would be helpful, because that would be their main focus. What this does include is a 40,000 budget if we do have issues with nuisance that we need to tackle and clean. As we've seen, that doesn't necessarily go far. I know in the past it's been used for things like cleaning up alleyways, cleaning up streets. So we will utilize it as a PO to go and clean really problematic spots that our park staff can't address because they just have too many things on their table. This could also include encampment, trying to get rid of stuff, pick up litter. So it is a broad thing because nuisance is broad. It can be anything from encampments to weeds to all of those things.
Okay, so 40,000 is in the budget to do cleanup, and some of that cleanup goes to encampment, but I'm sure we spend more than $40,000 cleaning up encampments.
Yeah, in the years, this is just part of our budget. I mean, this is not, we're not talking about Public Works and all that they do.
Okay.
This is when we need to have kind of an emergency thing where they can't cover something.
Okay.
We get a contract to do it.
Because $40,000 isn't very much money. And honestly, I'd love to solve the shopping cart stuff and let's move that money over into the nuisance. But an investigator, I think you said, is not in your budget.
No.
Sorry, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Scott.
I just want to weigh in a little bit. I think, and Andrea and I've talked about this in some of the other departments. When I made my presentation yesterday, I talked about nuisance abatement and our desire to reorganize such that we have a concentrated effort, possibly out of this new civilian crew that we're talking about putting together, that includes some of the public safety programs, and probably dividing out the code enforcement function. It's a little premature to explain this, but there's a zoning code part of code enforcement, and then there's a more public safety oriented part that relates to nuisance properties. We probably want to reorganize around that. It's definitely going to cost more money to be more aggressive on nuisance abatement because it's expensive. And it'll include legal costs as well as operational costs. So we're going to be bringing that forward. That's an initiative that the mayor's got us working on, and we'll be bringing that forward for too long.
Okay, and I guess I just want to make one other point. You talked about needing documentation to move forward on properties, and there's a really specific reason for that is because we're dealing with people's private property rights, and as a government, we can't just go into your private property and do whatever we want to with. And you're a lawyer, maybe you can echo what I'm mimicking up here.
Agreed. And I think that's why when we see the nuisance properties we have abated, it's kind of a high level because you have to take it through a court process. We're putting a lien against your property to then clean it. We're paying for the cleaning. And then often it goes to a tax sale. So we recoup our lien if the property is then sold, and, you know, taxes go first, then we get our lien. So it is a long, lengthy process of basically removing someone's property from their ownership.
And have we been successful in recouping any of the money through a tax sale?
Yes, and I believe that's in the city attorney's accomplishments. So because we help with the city clerk's office, not the nuisance abatement, but the city clerk's office helps with the city attorney's office when we're doing that process. So right now, I think we're in the process of 2 liens that we're recovering on or foreclosures, but they have been successful in doing that. I think maybe there's 3 properties that we have recouped costs on, and we're working on 2 right now.
Okay, thanks. Just one other area I want to talk about. I want to talk about the chamber. That was a big deal last year. I think the person who was really gung-ho to take that bull by the horns and run with it has left the city. I think that's probably part of the reason why we haven't made much progress. That's at least my view from the dais. So you had 400, you think roughly $400,000 in the last budget. We can look this up, I guess, or I can have folks in the back look this up. But it didn't carry over.
So my understanding is this, and I'm happy to be corrected by budget and finance. But originally that budget, 400,000, was to create or to revise our constituent services management system. And then the previous constituent services manager decided we did not need a revision of it, and so wanted to use that money to do this chambers. So that's my understanding of how then it was memorialized. I don't know if that was in this FY25 budget or previous, but when I walked in, you know, my immediate need was we need to revise constituent services management system. So, you know, I did ask about that, but it doesn't live in our budget currently.
Okay, so this is not something your staff or your office is really working on at this point.
We are working on it in the sense that we know that there was a budgeted amount and we have worked with the facilities team to evaluate what it would look like to revise this. So we do have a quote in about looking into the architectural change of this. So that
Yeah.
is as far as we've gotten.
Yeah, it probably won't happen in my tenure here, but I can just tell you, this is like walking into a time warp. And we really should do something. And you kind of get over it, you know, after a while. But but I just, you know, I mean, we're down here, Counselor Faulkner and I are crawling on the floor trying to find the outlets to plug in the computer. You know, my little plug thing that used to sit here is gone, and now my cord doesn't even reach down to the floor for me to crawl under there. It just
Also, I can't imagine y'all sitting in these chairs for 8 hours during.
I know. Well, and the
Right.
public, yeah. So yeah,
Well, and God
here's
help us if we get someone who has.
yeah, but then yeah. I mean, we've seen people come. So us aside, the public's experience here, sitting for the hours that they do to participate in this process, it just seems like we really we need to we can do better. So, all right, I'm going to stop there. Other questions from the committee? Okay, I think we've run you through the ringer. Or the ringer. Do we have a oh, from the peanut gallery, a preliminary approval of this budget?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We're taking roll calls, right? Yeah, all right.
Madam Chair, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, I think we are gonna, I think it would be better if we break. Sorry about that. I just, I'm worried we'll start getting in, then we won't, you know, there won't be a good breaking place. Then we'll just keep on trucking, then everybody will get grouchy because we'll be sitting for too long. Yada, yada, yada. So, let's say that we'll get back together at 12:30. Does that work? Okay. I'm getting, we're going to adjourn, or we're going to recess. We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Testing, testing.
Oh, is it? Okay. Are we live? Can we go live?
We are live.
All right, so we are back in session at a little bit after 1 o'clock. Good job, everybody. And we are going to hear the community health and safety budget. And we have our esteemed director, Henry Hammond Paul. And Director, if you would like to take it away and introduce whoever you need to as you're moving through. I can see some of your folks in the chamber, so thank you all for being here, and let's do it.
Madam Chair, councilors, thank you. Yes, I'm rolling deep today. Just for a quick context, we have split community health and safety over 2 days. So today you'll hear broadly about community health and safety's budget, community services department, and our centralized administration function, libraries, senior services, recreation, and youth and family services. And then on Tuesday, the 29th, we will have I'll leave it to you to figure out how long it's going to be, but a discussion about emergency management. And I'll probably do a quick recap of the high level community health and safety on Tuesday as well. So with that, can folks see the slides? Yeah, excellent.
Yes.
So if I go to the next slide, which is the org chart, and I'll linger on this for a moment. So first and foremost, I want to acknowledge that the extraordinary staff that comprise this department and their work across programs, neighborhoods, and even crises is the reason why anything that we do works. And they're really the backbone of everything that we deliver, which is a lot. Per City Manager Scott's recommendation, I'm going to walk through each division's proposed budget for FY 25-26. And you'll see a similar structure for each department, or each division rather. And I'll follow that with a brief look at the risks and what the budget does not include. But I'll end with optimistically what we are investing in and how we're going to measure our commitments to the public. I think just a quick note on what I think. I actually look at the sections that show what we don't include as being really positive, because that is aspirationally what my staff wanted to include. And it comes from a point, and I just want to be as crystal clear about this as possible, which is that whenever staff wanted to add more positions, wanted to add more services, that's because they are incredibly dedicated to the work that they do, and to the services that they provide to the community. Quickly, a few broader notes that are kind of a recap of what we've heard from the budget team already, but all the budgets were scrubbed using a 3-year average, creating a more realistic but also kind of leaner baseline. So while it does reflect actual spends a little bit better, you see it has some moderate cuts because of that methodology. I think that's fair to say. Also, and I won't belabor this because I believe Mr. Hopkins and Ms. Latero have walked through it, but the new accounting methodology that captures budget transfers in and out is represented here. I may rely on them to explain that again if needed. And then lastly, you'll see that as I put up the budget numbers, I'm broadly splitting them between personnel costs and operations and services costs, just to give us 2 big numbers to look at. But ultimately, this is going to be a discussion about strategy and goals and objectives. So very first and foremost, as we look at the org chart, there's a lot of divisions on this organizational chart. And I think one thing that stands out for community health and safety compared to other departments in the city is that we effectively have a deputy. So Director Maria Sanchez Tucker serves as my deputy and directly oversees libraries, recreation, and senior services. And I think it's no exaggeration to say that this department could not function without her leadership there. And I think there's some real advantages to this, which is that the structure allows me to focus more intensively on two program areas that I bring personal expertise to, so emergency management and the homelessness services area. So these are both complex, high-stakes areas, and I'm able to remain very hands-on in those areas because Director Sanchez Tucker is really taking the lion's share of the work on libraries, senior services, and recreation. So, and as you can see reflected in the org chart, effectively, community services provides centralized administration support for all 5 divisions, libraries, senior services, recreation, youth and family services, and emergency management to an extent. And then emergency management and youth and family services do roll directly up to me. So maybe we could go to the next slide. So at a very high level, the community health and safety budget, proposed budget is, we'll get the numbers right, $41 million and $41 million and a quarter dollars for financial year 25-26. I'm going to ignore, for the sake of this discussion, the year-over-year comparisons because those are a little wonky given the new methodology that the budget team has been implementing. We have 226 positions, which accounts for 201.5 FTEs, and we currently have 40 vacancies. At a broad level, what I do as Community Health and Safety Director is strategy management, coordination, pushing evidence-based approaches, and ultimately accountability. Next slide, please. I love, I always come out way better hydrated when I'm talking to you all. So at the departmental level, we've kind of taken the opportunity to think about internal strategies and priorities, and then external priorities. So internally, things that my team and I are working on is that we want to have a commitment to reduce vacancies to less than 10% across all divisions. We want to broadly improve our use of data and evidence. And then I think this is incredibly important, which is that the work that we do is a function of how supported our staff feel, so expand training and professional development opportunities for our teams. Externally, and in terms of the services that we provide to the community, there's some really core areas of investment that we continue to make across all functions. Very specifically, implementing our homelessness action plan and expanding shelter capacity and outreach. We want to increase service access and accessibility for underserved residents. Use technology where possible to streamline access and service delivery. Deepen partnerships with key stakeholders in the community, whether it's the county, schools, nonprofits, or businesses. And then also something that I think has come up earlier, which is that improving language accessibility for the programs and services. So across all the divisions, those are things that we want to see happen. Next slide, please. We can actually skip this slide. This is just kind of a reference for folks to see some high-level metrics. But so if we look at community services now, and this is the function where Director Sanchez Tucker sits, and we kind of dually have it overseeing libraries, recreation, and senior services, but also being a centralized hub for administrative services for all the divisions. we have 0 vacancies there, and they really function. We have a team of 8 individuals who do administration, contracts, HR, and budget oversight. Sapadaka to my left, your right, is a critical resource there. We will go to the next slide, and now I'm going to begin to jump into each division, just a very high-level overview of what the budget request is, some of the risks and constraints that we are facing, and then ultimately what we're going to be doing. So libraries, $6.3 million budget request. We have 53 positions there and 1 vacancy currently. And it is, you can actually go, we operate 3 libraries that have programming for all ages. We have both digital and a more traditional collection, and then lots of community space. Next slide, please. In terms of risks and constraints, and I think this is like more what I'd like to say is a positive in that if unlimited resources existed, this is what we would love to do. So this current budget does not afford additional staff. And I think that, you know, more staff would buy us expended hours, for instance, allowing Sunday service. It doesn't necessarily allow us to develop additional locations or expand some of our adult education programming. You know, this comes at a time, and when I talk about the risks, is that we're seeing increased demand in usage of library services, which is a great thing. At the current budget, we're able to maintain services that we provide, but not necessarily expand them. Next slide, please. Oh, actually, there was one other risk that I wanted to mention. You don't have to go back to the previous slide. I think it's worth, and this will filter into a bunch of the divisions. Many of the divisions in this department work at kind of what I would call the flashpoints of our current cultural debate. Libraries, there's a cultural moment of people we're questioning and debating the kind of utility of different types of books that we have and the way that we promote certain kinds of ideologies. That is a risk for the city. You'll hear me bring up a similar thing that's happened at seniors, but these are areas that you know are liable to be part of a culture war debate. So on this page, what do? Right? So we operate 3 full-time libraries 6 days a week. All of our programming since financial year 17-18 has increased by 121%. We have both digital and digital library access, as well as a lot of technical resources. And that goes into some of the stuff that we are really excited to pursue this year, which is we are working towards a design plan for Fogelson on Midtown to be redeveloped into a new library, and are eagerly pursuing that, thinking about what a true beacon of you know, a library in the 21st century can be and should be. We are also excitedly moving forward with some business resource centers in collaboration with the Office of Economic Development. As many of you know, that some of the one-time funding from this past year is going to support some facility improvements, and then just broadly enhancing technology and digital access across the board. And I have this box on the right of each slide, which talks about how we currently measure our success. Given that I'm going to be going over a handful of divisions, we can reference that. I'm not going to read through those unless people would like me to. Next slide. Okay, senior services at a glance. We're requesting $9.35 million budget with about $4 million for salary and benefits for personnel, and then $5.3 million for operating and services. We currently have 56 positions, or 52.5 FTEs, and 11 vacancies. Our senior services, operate 3 senior centers, offer congregate and home delivered meals, transportation services, some in-home services, and then volunteer programs for the community. Next slide, please. Again, if Manuel Sanchez had an unlimited budget, he would love to restore his staff to pre-pandemic levels, increase transportation drivers, and effectively just do more of everything that he's already doing. There are some key risks in this area. The growing senior population in our state, as well as our city, is going to have additional needs. We're going to see more folks wanting access to these types of services. There are some delays in the comping class that are affecting staffing levels and our ability to recruit. And then this is a key one, which is, well, two last risk areas, which is we have aging facility infrastructure, and we're seeing some, emergent needs to fix buildings and fix facilities to keep operations going. We're also working on that in earnest. And then many of you are familiar with the fact that we are currently we have a restraining order from the Trump administration. I'm going to misspeak on the legal terms, but we've been involved in litigation with AmeriCorps due to implementation of an executive order. But I think it points to the fact that there is some federal and state funding of which we rely on very heavily, whether it is direct funding or, for instance, matching funding that the state supplies based on federal funding levels, that is in jeopardy with the current administration in Washington. Next slide, please. So our commitment, the things that we do and will continue to do with this budget, operate our senior centers, deliver home-delivered meals to considerable numbers of seniors in our community, offer our continued congregate meal services. Transportation is a big piece of getting folks to our centers. We have a variety of in-home services that are provided, and then a number of really important activities that we facilitate at our centers, whether it's fitness, arts, trips, or games like bingo. Some of the key initiatives that we are working on in this coming year, which is we're going to be planning the development of a new senior center. So the Community Services Department and Senior Services Division are very excitedly pursuing that design process. We're going to be opening the MEG Center expansion. And we're also going to be implementing a new data software for service tracking. There's a lot of reporting and paper forms that we do based on the complexity of our funding sources. So this will help streamline some of that. Next slide, please. Uh-oh. No, that's okay. I can just summarize it. Recreation, $13.1 million request, with $7.2 million of that being for personnel costs and just about $6 million for operating services. We have 97 positions, 84 full-time employees, and currently 27 vacancies that I can speak to, and Director Stinnett can speak to if you're interested. I will say that there was a typo on the slides that I've corrected here, which is, so we operate 3 recreation centers, 9 bodies of water, not 6. That was my mistake. We have the teen center, the ice arena, youth programs, and recreation programming. It's a considerable amount of work that and services that the recreation center offers our community. What's not in this budget? Next slide, please. So again, in a perfect world where there was flush cash to pay for everything, we would really love to extend hours and our program coverage. We would like to provide youth meals and supplies at our teen center. I think there's a very specific thing, which is having a flexible repair budget, which is as things come up, being able to know that we have the funding to pay for them, to fix, whether it's a pool motor or a ice rink HVAC system. We currently are kind of meeting those issues as they come up, as opposed to knowing that we're solvent for fixing them should they come up, if that makes sense. We are also dealing with, in terms of risks, some long deferred maintenance. I think many folks are familiar with the fact that the GCCC is a very complex building and needs a lot of work to keep it in the shape that it's currently in and make it even better. We are also, as many of you are familiar with, we have some staffing shortages in the aquatics programming, and that leads to some programming gaps. And there's some structural reasons why those staffing shortages exist. I can assure you it's not for lack of trying to hire. These are just difficult positions to fill. Similar to the kind of flexible repair budget, I will say that the fragmented budget structure makes it difficult for we have to move money around to make it so that we can pay for fixes, as opposed to kind of having that centralized and more easily accessible. But in the good news, we do a lot there in that division. So as I said, we operate 3 rec centers, 9 pools, the teen center, the ice arena. We have incredibly well attended after school programs, summer programs, and many leagues. Our aquatics programming is quite robust and obviously in very high demand, given what I'm sure many of you all hear from constituents. And then we are also doing youth transportation for the teen center via our recreation center vans. Some things that we're going to pursue this year, additional facility upgrades. So we're going to be upgrading the gyms, locker rooms, pool systems. We are going to be adding some new programs for teens and other populations across the facilities, including mental health programming, culinary programming, driver's education. We're going to be doing the Teen Center expansion phase 2, which we're all incredibly excited for. And just seeing that facility grow and continue to be embraced by the community is wonderful. And there's some preventative maintenance that, thanks again to one-time funding, we'll be able to pursue this year. Now, if I may go to the next slide. Oops, sorry, I forgot to advance. One more, please. So this is Youth and Family Services, which Youth and Family Services is a bit of a misnomer, in my opinion. This division is kind of a catch-all for social programming that the city pursues. So, you know, in that, I think it has homelessness and housing, violence intervention and prevention, care coordination services, cash assistance and transfer programs, including the Mayors for Guaranteed Income, eviction prevention work, early child care work, school-aged youth programs, and some human services work as well. I will say that the budget numbers, one thing that to note, I don't know if folks are looking at the budget book or not, but a lot of the fund, it looks like there was a considerable cut to Youth and Family Services. That's mostly a reflection of ARPA. And Director Sanchez will be able to speak to that in addition to budget staff if necessary. It's a very low overhead division. We have $1.1 million out of a $10 million budget goes to staffing costs, but the operating and services are about $8.7 million. So a lot of this is directly felt in the community. There is some very exciting news for this division with regard to staffing. And so we currently have 1 vacancy for 7 positions, but we have, as part of this new budget, 3 additional program managers who are going to be doing work in the homelessness services and housing services space. Next slide, please. So risks, yeah, sorry for the dramatic icon on this one. So some risks and constraints here. Again, framing of if we could do it all, this is what we would want to do. Keeping this division nimbles is important, and allowing them to have pilot program funding and innovation funding. A lot of this work is some of the most complex work, but also there's lots of unknowns, and to be able to discover and innovate and invest in new ideas is critical. Across the board, I think you'll hear many departments in the city say this, but wanting more administrative staffing. There's a large administrative workload that we have here, and to be able to liberate some of the program staff from that is would be a big help. A lot of what this division does is learning from other places in the country about how things are done. So being able to travel and have staff pursue conferences or other learning opportunities. The current budget does not allow for deep levels of that. There is some ability to travel and take courses and such, but not a huge amount. You know, some of the challenges in this space are massive, right? When we're talking about critical housing needs, these are big, expensive problems. And we're doing a great job trying to work on those as we can. But I think, you know, every city budget could 10x or 50x what they're putting at these problems. So that's just a nature of the beast, so to say. I think key risks, again, one that I don't have listed here, but the political climate, serving underserved populations is something that I think we are seeing nationally, the dialogue be very heated about. As always, there's more demand than supply here of the ability for the city or the state more broadly, meaning county, state, to meet the demand. And then there's a lot of this work. We serve as a pass-through directly to the community, or whether it's to organizations or individuals. And the administrative and bureaucratic process for making that happen quickly is something that we're working on, but it definitely, you know, there's layers of bureaucracy, and I say that word lovingly, that we need to work with to make these kind of innovative programs happen. So next slide, please. Great. So this is what we are doing. Homelessness response and micro community operations. We are deeply committed to continuing the work that we're doing and expanding to at least establishing two new micro communities in the city, taking pressure off of many of our current shelter options here in Santa Fe. We're going to continue the Connect program and our collaboration with 211. I'm not sure if how intimately familiar folks are with that program, but I know Director Sanchez can speak to that. We're going to continue cash assistance and eviction prevention and landlord engagement. And we also are going to continue to manage the Human Services Commission funding, as well as the Children and Youth Commission funding and the contracts, which we give to 30 more, give or take 30 different organizations for safety net and navigation services. There's also some big picture initiatives that we're pursuing here. So we're very excited to have 3 new program managers to lead our data work, eviction prevention work, and emergency homelessness emergency response work. So I'm not sure how familiar people are with the structure. We currently only have one full-time employee working on homelessness. This will bring us to a team of 4, and we're going to be organized very similar to what you see in many cities, which have different parts of the intervention space assigned. And then in addition, we'll be having a data and like policy innovation staff person who will work cross-functionally as part of these new positions. We are going to continue to pursue ongoing support for 211 call centers and expand the Connect Outreach program. We are ultimately also going to expand our community outreach and public safety teams, which will, I think, in the coming weeks be coming to you all for, as many of you remember, some one-time funding was appropriated, and we're excited to be bringing that work forward. So with that, the last 4 slides are going to be very similar. Therefore, emergency management, which we can dive into on Tuesday.
Okay, I like the way you laid that out. That's helpful. And man, is your department big. Questions from the committee? We'll just go down the line here. We'll start with our esteemed stateswoman, Councilor Lindell.
Is absent. Just, I want to ask a quick question. I did like the layout of the presentation. It made it really clear and it made it really helpful to me so that I don't go off too far into other places. In recreation, we have a $3 million plus increase. Where's that going?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lindell, that I told the budget team that I wasn't going to bring them up, but I might need their help. I think that's largely accounted for as part of this transfer in, transfer out change in accounting. And I believe, sorry guys, I believe that's mostly as a function of that. So some of the rec programs are subsidized through these centralized funds, but maybe I can rely on the budget team to help answer that one.
They're coming forward. A minute. That's what they're here for.
I apologize. I didn't hear the entire question. So would you mind restating it?
Sure. On the recreation budget, we have a $3+ million increase. I'm wondering if that's an expansion.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lindell, there are no expansions in this budget, so it's definitely not that. Let me just take a quick look. I believe that's probably the subsidy for the GCC, but I will need to open that up and confirm. So you'll bear with me for just a moment while I pull that up.
Counselor, are you looking at that in the presentation or on the budget that's in?
Presentation.
Okay.
Presentation, page 13. It says change from FY 24 to 25, budget difference. It's a $3+ million, percentage change 31.
It's also in the budget book, page 54, if that's helpful.
Yeah, and I'm seeing it as recreation. Yeah. Same number there.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lindell, the vast majority of that, over 2.5 million, is the transfer out to the recreation fund to fund the summer teen or the recreation teen programs in the Southside Teen Center. So it's those programs live in the recreation fund, which since oh gosh, 15, 20 years ago, when the cigarette tax was no longer shared with the city, that was the funding source for the recreation fund. Since then, it's kind of one of the many funds we have that does not have its own revenue source. And so that is a general fund transfer to the recreation fund to fund those activities, meaning the recreation programs and the Southside Teen Center.
We have 27 vacancies. Are those all funded?
Oh, sorry. Madam Chair, I would have to refer to Anita, who's coming down here. I believe they are, but she would know better than I.
Madam Chair, Counselor, yes, they're all funded except for the natatorium manager. That's the only one that has been unfunded. In
The what?
Natatorium,
natatorium, sorry,
the pool, yeah.
pool
pools.
manager. And so all of the others are funded.
We can't fill those?
So I might call up Director Stinnett to help answer questions with regard to those positions. We're doing a couple different things that he can speak to in detail. Some of it is about reclassifying existing positions so that we can make them more competitive. So we're in the process of trying to address that, but I'll ask Director Stinnett to answer that.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair and Council Lindell. We have 27 of those positions. 16 of those 27 live in the aquatic section. 8 of those being our temp positions. Just recently, we have moved 4 temp positions into classified part-time lifeguard positions, which then vacated the temp positions. So we've seen some success in filling our classifieds in aquatics. The others are water safety instructor positions that have been difficult to fill based on the certification need and the interest from our current staff to not want to take any of those roles. So in FY25, we're working to reclassify half of those positions into head lifeguard positions, which can then supplement shortages where we have in our supervisor positions as well. So that reclassification should allow us to move some of our senior lifeguards, adult lifeguards up to a little bit higher of a pay rate, but also have them be able to work the hours that can supplement when we're short on supervisors. 2 of those other positions are supervisors who have left for other reasons as well. The remaining positions that are difficult to fill are kind of revolving door positions in a way that I would say, entry-level positions at our front desk area, and then harder to fill positions during the non-summertime youth program for specialists and coordinators. So those are a little tough to fill during the months of the school year. So those are pretty much the accounting of all 20 that were vacant.
25% vacancies, a lot. And that's a lot of funded positions to have vacant. Question about our summer time program. Does that program fill up quickly?
If we're talking about our youth program, yes. 500 participants fill up in a matter of 8 minutes when we get our registration open.
This is an ongoing issue that I have, that I think City of Santa Fe children should have priority to that program rather than out-of-city kids. City pays for that program. I don't think the county pays for the program. And I don't feel good about kids in the city not getting in line at 12 minutes instead of before 8 minutes. And I think that we need to address that. This is a City of Santa Fe program. And we have kids that are being shut out of this program. Why don't we address that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lindell, I think the question of the county kind of paying their fair share, so to speak, or how do we understand the respective responsibilities to supporting shared programs is going to be something that comes up a handful of times for many of the services that these divisions work towards. I guess the short answer is we will happily explore what that looks like to try and find a way to prioritize City of Santa Fe residents. We'll investigate what that looks like. I think there's a bigger question at hand about how we are able to engage the county adequately in cost sharing on some of these pretty critical programs that we are fortunate enough to have as a city, but clearly benefit more than just city residents. So you'll hear the same thing about the libraries. I believe somewhere between 19 and 30%, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, of library registered card holders. That's probably the wrong term. It sounds kind of Red Scare. Library utilizers. Yeah, and I'll actually pass this to Director Sanchez Tucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Councilor Lindell. So this year we are going to look at that, and we are going to also evaluate our pricing structure, our fee structure for the program. And we will bring forward some data-driven changes that we'd like to make to the program, knowing that, you know, we have a certain percentage of kids in the county, out of state, and then also, I mean, not out of state, but out of city. And then also those who are employees of the city. And this year we made one slight change that was really beneficial to the program, to open up registration for city employees first. And so that was very successful. It really helped streamline the rest of the registration process. So I'm also working with staff to talk to the state about certification, and if we can increase fees, perhaps. We're going to look at the feasibility of the entire program and see how we can continue to expand. So we will keep that in mind as we make these changes. So you will see some more improvements this year coming forward.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may just add to what they're saying, we did actually discuss this very subject in our community services meeting with the mayor and city manager about a month and a half ago, as regards to the particular objects of interest, at least for me, were the Southside Teen Center and the Southside Library. The Southside Library gets $25,000 from the county ever since it opened, which is, in my opinion, a joke. That does not come near to covering the cost of county residents using that library. As I recall, Maria and her staff gave us information that the usage of the library, if it was fairly accounted for, would be multiples of that amount. So I think I don't know exactly what the process is of negotiating this sort of thing with the county is, but I think those two items should very much be top of the list of the county paying its fair share of usage of both the Southside Teen Center and Southside Library, because those are very high usage areas for county residents.
Councilor Lindell, can you make sure your mic is on and that it's close to you? Because I'm not sure we're picking you up. But
I was just telling a joke.
yeah.
May I
I'm going to defer to the mayor real quick, and then we'll come back to you, Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a subject that is really worth, maybe not right now, but in a sidebar conversation, digging into with some real vigor. I think it extends far beyond the particular examples we've already heard. I think, you know, and quite a bit of it, although not all of it, falls into the responsibilities of this particular department. We also have a call for service disproportional issue when it comes to our fire department, for example. You know, we do many things with our friends at the county that are collaborative. The fact that the Connect network works so well is really one of the examples where we should all be patting each other on the back and being very happily engaged in collaboration. But I do think there is a burden sharing issue here that we ought to take up. And I wonder, Madam Chair, if at some point you might want the Finance Committee as almost a body of the whole to sponsor a resolution for the governing body to take up, asking for a deeper dive into cost and burden sharing. We know, for example, and I know you personally have approached county commissioners on the issue that Henry has talked about with our micro communities. We have invested in the physical ability to put up more of those units. We need some land to put it on. The county has land. It would be incumbent upon them to cooperate by offering some space. The libraries, the parks, the pools. These are all things where we gladly play collaboratively with our county friends, but we don't get any burden sharing from them. And we know that as the city manager in his opening remarks commented, property taxes continue to go up, and we continue to get very little of the property taxes that are derived from the residents of the city who also are residents of the county. So there is a free rider issue here, and we're always going to be pinched for resources simply because we are so GRT dependent. And I think Henry's list of things that would not just be nice to have, but are need to have, could all be addressed in some way, shape, or form by a burden sharing agreement with the county. And I think it could originate with this budget process and with the finance committee, either actually proposing such an arrangement or proposing an assessment, an evaluation to be done, so that we're not just talking in general, but we actually have a deep dive with some serious evaluation about the disproportionality of services provided versus funding support offered by our colleagues at the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hopkins, did you have, okay. Counselor Lindell, where were we? All right, Director.
Madam Chair and Counselor Lindell, I just wanted to share with you some of the statistics from last year's summer program. 82% of our registered families, 261 lived in Santa Fe city limits. 47 were from Santa Fe County, which is 14.9%, and then 2.5%, 8 lived outside of Santa Fe or Santa Fe County. So we are predominantly serving city residents, and we'll continue to analyze and evaluate our program.
Do you know what percentage of people and where they come from that we turned away? Given that this program, particularly the swim program, I know I've heard from constituents, fills up so quickly.
We can probably look at the wait list and see what type of wait list we currently have, and possibly do some sort of survey as well. So I think these are all these factors we want to consider as we continue to look at the improvements.
Our recreation director wants to weigh in on that point.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. This past year, from last year's question, during our pre-registration, we actually took a survey with those numbers. So we have those prepared. We can get that information over to you.
I think it'd be interesting just in terms of, I mean, if we were to be able to get more funding from a cost sharing agreement, you know, it might help us make the case if we could demonstrate that we would be able to serve not just more families, but that it's worthwhile for the county to be putting money into this, particularly the swim program, which I assume if you had more money, you could offer more slots or more times. That's not an issue, or is it?
The issue for us for offering more space and the programs is also partnership with the public schools. We operate those 5 sites, and whatever they're allowed to give us is 5 sites a summer. We max out those sites at about 100 per location. If we theoretically had 5 or 6 or 7 more, then we could, with increased budget, increase operations considerably. But facilities is our biggest constraint.
Okay, but facilities beyond the pools, I'm talking about the swim program. I think you're talking about something bigger. You're talking about the summer program.
Yes, ma'am. Summer program we're talking about.
Okay. And if we had more money for the swim program, or do we have constraint? I know we have lots of competition for pool time, so.
That's a difficult question to address for, I'm a little confused on the question for swim program because we do try to operate a learn to swim program every summer. And those are our current water safety instructor staff that teach those. We only have 3 of those staff currently with additional funds to be able to pay that at a higher salary. Yes, we should be able to offer more for youth in way of learn to swim programs.
Yeah, because it was my understanding those fill up pretty quickly, those swim programs, and they're in demand. And of course, we want to be teaching our kids to swim. That's an important life skill, I think. So, Director Sanchez.
Madam Chair, counselors, one of the things that we are talking about, we're working on is contracting with one of our local swim instruction providers to see if we can add more of those swim lessons that we traditionally did, provide. So that may be a way we can expand and then use some of our 4 kids scholarships to keep it affordable. So we're currently in talks with some potential contractors to see if that's a possibility. So hopefully that will be a way to help in this interim period while we're still growing our lifeguard staff.
Okay. Counselor Lindell, you were done? Counselor Faulkner.
Could I get an update on what's going on with making, with the program to get food at the teen center? I know that I brought this up last year around this time and maybe even more than a year ago. And I was told we had funding to get that program going and that because we were going to add a refrigerator and a dry pantry. And I was told there was money, there's capital to do that. So can you give me the status of that, please?
Yes, ma'am, Counselor. We just finished the initial design phases and with the assistance of the facilities division. So we've gone through with Studio Architects. They had a ENN meeting about 3 weeks ago over at the teen center. So we're getting to the next phase to where planning the construction is going to be taking place. Timeline from that initial ENN meeting and meeting with Studio Architects and facilities is hopefully a year to get the pantry, food storage addition, as well as the studio built onto there. And that $1.7 million is state appropriation funds coming for that project. We currently have our staff and the kitchen has been certified and permitted. And our staff have all received their food handling permit so that we can start doing some small side education and meal prep with the current staff that we have until, of course, we reach the food storage size for commercial size kitchen.
Is there a reason why it's going to take a year? Because that'll put that out 2 years from the time that we started working on it. That seems like a long time.
The timeline on that is when the funds were actually released for state appropriation. So that's a big part of the wait time that we have for that. Once they were released, we acted very quickly to get Studio Architects on board and facilities to get this project rolling.
Okay, great. Because there are a lot of teens in my district, and one of the biggest concerns is food. And so kids are literally starving. And so that's why I'm kind of anxious about getting this done. Director Hammond Paul, do you think that your department's organized in an efficient way, or is there things we could do to make it easier for you to get your work done?
Madam Chair, Councilor Faulkner, I think that as it's currently structured, we are definitely working well. We've made some adjustments by, for instance, allowing Director Sanchez Tucker to really focus her oversight of the library's senior services and recreation, and kind of pull youth and family services more directly under me. So we've been working quite well in this new org chart. I think if it's an open-ended question, of course, there are things that I would ask for. I think there's a considerable administrative burden placed on all staff and finding ways to adjust that. I think, understanding what the core mission of community health and safety is. I know that it has shifted slightly with the changes with police and fire no longer being under this department. That said, community health and safety really being focused on public health and public safety and community services makes a lot of sense. So I'm not sure if I've answered very, very specifically, but I think we are comfortable in our current org chart. I think there's always room for finding ways to support our staff more. I mean, as you can tell just from the folks who've gotten up and spoken already, like this group of people is immensely committed and hungry to do the good things for the community. When it comes to, I don't think anybody sees the services we provide to the county as to county residents as a downside. I think we're happy to be a center of gravity for this part of the state. I think it's just, the more we can give our staff the ability to do everything they can do well, we'll just continue to see better and better results.
And then one final question, do you have any projections or guesstimates about how much federal funding is or the lack of federal funding is going to impact your department?
So, Madam Chair, Councilor Faulkner, it's a tricky, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have about $14 million of federal funding at the city writ large in our budget. As far as federal monies that come directly into community health and safety, I think it's to the tune of maybe 1.5 or 2 million total. It's not 100% of that number for the whole city. But we see some considerable, like what I would call spillover effects of this. So for instance, with the Senior Services Division, I think we had about $98,000 in AmeriCorps funding on a 1-year tranche over 3 different grants. That funding in and of itself is $98,000. That said, tied to that funding was a state match and a city match. So it ended up being 98,000 turned into $500,000 quite quickly. So that full analysis, I think many of my division directors are able to speak to kind of their specifics. We don't have that as a full department level analysis that I probably should be doing.
Yeah, because my concern is when this funding goes away, which it's undoubtedly going to, unless something strange happens, do we have a plan, like a backup plan? I know at the state level, the state was looking at how they could offset the loss of funding. And some of the legislation that was passed during the session was an attempt to do that, to be prepared for when this happens. Your department is like it's like the heart of the city, like it's a core department, and it provides a lot of services for a lot of people in need. So I would hope we're looking at solutions in a proactive way and not a reactionary way.
Madam Chair, Councilor Faulkner, absolutely. I think there's probably 2 pieces to this conversation. One is at like a citywide level. What are things we're doing? And I know City Manager Scott and Mayor Weber have discussed, continuing to revisit our expenditures at a regular cadence, not annually, right? So as things emerge, and very, I don't have a crystal ball, but we're seeing the tip of the iceberg kind of thing right now. That said, at a departmental level, very proactively, for instance, Director Sanchez Tucker and Director Manuel Sanchez from the Senior Services Division have already reached out to the state counterparts when these kind of funding challenges are coming up, and making sure that we are getting the kind of commitments that they can give, that they'll be reliable partners. So making sure that we have security from our state partners and state funders is something that we're proactively doing. But there's a lot of unknowns. I think all of the directors are acutely aware of the risks right now. And I think maybe silver linings. Some of our departments aren't super reliable on or reliant on federal dollars, which is a good thing. That exposes us to a different kind of risk, which is GRT risks and things like that. But by and large, many of the divisions in this department aren't overly reliant on federal dollars.
My big concerns are around youth and family services and senior services. I think those are two places we're gonna take a hit, because like a lot of some of our state money that we're probably getting is gonna be impacted by what happens on the federal level. I know a lot of these programs do federal state matches. And so if the Fed isn't in, the state can't be in unless they change something. So I'm really concerned for your department when it comes to what's going to happen on the federal level. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. And I just want to commend all of you. It is clear that this department cares very deeply for the community. And I know your jobs are tough, and I just respect all of you and think you're doing a great job.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm going to skip myself and keep going down the line. Counselor Cassett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will hit my two soapbox items super quickly. They've already been covered. But I will say the youth programs, the summer youth program and the after school programs, we've heard me say this 173 times this year, that childcare is also economic development. It also helps with our affordable housing crisis. It is not just, it is recreation, the kids enjoy it, but it is not just that. How integral it is to the functioning of our city is huge. So I know we had this conversation yesterday, and we brought up another parks crew as, if we were really looking at some of these larger priorities in the city, for me, being able to expand that program however we can is crucial. I obviously am impacted by it myself. This was the first year that we were able to get into the summer program. And yeah, and thank you for that, the early sign up for city employees. That obviously really benefited. But Director Nelson was also speaking to this I have friends that are spending $4,000 just to, get childcare for their kids this summer. Whereas I'm able to afford childcare, and it is phenomenal. So thank you. We'll be having a presentation on it at Quality of Life as well, because I was just blown away by the affordability and really want to elevate the importance of that. So my other soapbox would be on the same level as the county conversation. We provide so many services. You guys provide so many incredible services, and people, love them and they need them, and they get really cranky when they're not there. And so I do think it's a really important conversation we need to have with the county when we really look at the fact that, one, we share a constituency, but two, I think they have one developed park in the county, whereas we have 77, thank you. And so we really are providing a lot of those services, and however we can supplement that work and look at that more equitably is important. I don't know what our balance looks like with the Connect program. I think it's another interesting part of that conversation, but a really important one. So I do want to recognize you all serve so much more than just the city, and really do appreciate that. Couple questions. The $1.1 million that was mentioned for youth, oh my gosh, why am I getting so many toll-free calls? For the youth programs, I believe that those would be CYC funds. I know we have the funds that come out of the Children and Youth Committee and out of the other committee. Julie, you will have to remind me which one it is. Is that funded this year at the same amount? Are we still providing those grants? And I know the 1.1 million that was mentioned was, they specifically called out Growing Up New Mexico and I think Boys and Girls. And so I am curious how much we're going to be able to be distributing out to community groups through those two funds.
So Madam Chair, Councilor Cassett, so we currently have distributed quite a bit of funding through the Children Youth Commission. And actually the Human Services Committee just finished their funding allocation, and those contracts will be coming to you in the next couple of weeks. We're actually funding, I think it's 17 nonprofit organizations through Human Services funding for a total of about 1.2 million. Children Youth Commission right now, we have roughly about looks like 17 contracts with nonprofits that serve youth. And the total for that funding is about close to about 1.4 million.
And so with this next coming fiscal year, are we going to be able to provide that same support out into the community?
Madam Chair, Councilor Cassett, yes.
Great.
And luckily for us, we do have funding that we've set aside in reserves. We learned through the pandemic that it was really helpful to have that. So none of our human or youth serving organizations were cut or received a cut during the pandemic, which for them was detrimental to continuing their operations.
Wonderful. Thank you. I am really happy to hear that because I know that it does have a really big impact. Julie, as long as you're here. I was curious about the housing program manager coordinator or housing program manager. That'd be a little bit redundant. And kind of the division between the Office of Affordable Housing and the Julie Unicorn Department, as I call it. So can you explain to me why that individual is going to be with you as opposed to in the Office of Affordable Housing? Is affordable housing, I mean, is there a long-term plan to scooch it over? I'm curious what that interplay looks like.
So Madam Chair, Councilor Cassett, we've kind of taken the stance of being the service provider where affordable housing is more on the development side. And so for us, we're really focusing on more of like eviction prevention, permanent supportive housing, addressing issues of homelessness, emergency sheltering, things like that. And so these positions, one, are going to allow us to collect data in a much more meaningful way, which is something that I know every single person on this governing body has asked about in my time at the city. And this will be specific to both housing or sheltering and homelessness. And then we're also looking at bringing somebody on whose specialty is going to be around eviction prevention. And that includes building relationships with landlords, creating much more landlord engagement, and then also supporting folks who may be at risk for being evicted. So we're trying to get upstream of addressing homelessness because we've seen that be a really successful model in other communities. And I think it's going to make a huge dent in addressing our homelessness issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying. Absolutely. As always.
So, and I think it's helpful. So again, as Julie said, affordable housing is really about, do we have, and I won't put words in Director Nelson's mouth necessarily, but the way we've talked about it is, do we have enough houses here? And are they the right kind of houses? My team's job, our team's job is to make sure that people get into those and stay in those. So that's the services side. Supply is much more, we're the demand, and affordable housing is the supply side. And I think that kind of spectrum is reflected in this new, because ultimately what we're moving towards is a like a standalone team that's really focused on homelessness and housing services. And if you think about it in terms of kind of the continuum, we'll have someone focused on preventing people from becoming homeless. So that's the prevention side. A homelessness response person who will be focused on working with people who are actively homeless. And then a housing support services side, which is how do you get people from being homeless into stabilized housing and keeping them housed. So those three positions, and then underlying all of those, they're supported by a data and policy person.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that. And I am happy to hear that there is going to be so much focus there. This is more of a side note so that somebody can remind me later. Maybe I'll remind myself. But if you recall, Councilor Castro and I sponsored the source of income prevention. And there's supposed to be an implementation plan that we were going to work at the Office of Affordable Housing with. I'm now curious not curious, but I think that this actually is probably something that your shop, given these changes, should be very involved with. So remind me to talk to you. Last question for now. You did mention evaluation, and you mentioned some of the eviction prevention programs and the direct cash assistance programs. One, are those still funded for this year?
Madam Chair, Counselor Cassett, they are. So I was actually just looking at my budget for our one-time funding allocation that we received. We received one of the highest amounts. I think we were at close to 3.4 million. And we have about 52% of it allocated already. And that includes continuing our MGI program for an additional year. We did our flexible funding through Connect, so that's been expended. And then we're also entering into some pretty big contracts that'll be coming your way in the next couple of weeks. So yes.
Okay. And I would imagine that those funds, we use them up pretty quickly. So the direct cash assistance, is it gone pretty fast?
Madam Chair, Counselor Cassett, when we did our eviction prevention funding earlier this year, it was gone within 3 months.
And have we done evaluations on these yet? Do we do follow up with the individuals who are receiving this assistance to see how it is impacting them, 6 months, a year, 2 years later?
So Madam Chair, Counselor Cassett, we do. We currently have an evaluation that's going on our cash assistance program through UNM. And so we're hoping to get those results by June. Hopefully it's not going to take 3 years like our UPenn study, but we should be getting it soon. And that'll give us an idea of how folks are impacted by not only one-time funding, but something like an ongoing 12-month program and how it benefited those families it was serving.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hear that I've used up my 10 minutes. So really thank you all so much. And I'm sure I'll talk to you again in another 20 minutes or so.
We'll come back. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Director Sanchez is here, I'll start with you. We mentioned that, so I see in the, let me get to that slide. So your operating and services was at 8,765,133. How does this work? Obviously, there's a lot of expenditures that are coming through your department, which are grant funded. This is actual money that comes from the general fund, correct?
Madam Chair, Counselor Garcia, that's a good question. My understanding is maybe budget can help me out here.
I think it's inclusive of the Child Youth Commission funds as well as Human Services funds.
And it may also include some of our ongoing grant funds that we receive. So we do receive pretty significant amount of funding through the state CYFD grants. We also have a federal grant for our domestic violence response program that may also be reflected in here. Yeah, I believe that's it.
Thank you. I think that it would be very important for us to kind of find out what contribution we're giving from city money, GRT, what we're gathering from grant funding or state funding and things of that nature. I think a lot of times when we see dollar amounts and it looks like we're just spending that out from our own pocketbook versus stuff that we are bringing in from either federal or local state agencies, so to speak.
Madam Chair, Counselor Garcia, if I may, I think when it comes to the numbers, I would recommend really referring to the budget book as opposed to my slides. I divided, the numbers are the same, but I basically wanted to show the difference between staff costs and everything else that we do. But the budget book is much more granular in the way it's outlined. So the numbers are factually correct on my slides. They're just, I cut them a different way and I put them into two big.
And I'm following that. I can see the budget book
Okay,
and
great.
you have it in the budget book, it's separated by department. And then when you come into the summary categories, it does show overall salaries for your whole department and things of that nature. And so that all makes perfect sense. But, I think going back to to understanding how each department is funded and the type of monies that are going out. Obviously, you need personnel to, my focus from this perspective of an organization is how do we support Director Sanchez and the people that are under her. If I just did a quick division of math and overall with your department, you mentioned currently you're at 226 full-time employees, and that encompasses the whole department. You divide that by your total salaries, and that's about 75K per employee. It includes benefits and everything. If you were to fully staff at 40 plus more vacancies, that takes to 66K. So again, how do we, and that's just an average, you go from the top to the bottom. But obviously you can't roll out these programs and take care of what you need without personnel and people that are committed and people that are doing what they need to do. So just breaking things down to more of a simplistic number. And understanding again, what are our true expenses per department and then understanding where the monies are coming from. So I think that's all I had for Director Sanchez. I do want to ask something of the next Director Sanchez and Senior Services. If come on up, please. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I guess alluding to one of the comments that was under Senior Services was trying to staff back to pre-pandemic levels. What does that look like? And which positions are you in most need of?
Madam Chair and Councilor Garcia, they are health promotion positions and arts and crafts instructors. I believe we had 2 health positions, and it was 4 or 5, I can't remember. I think it was 4 of the instructors for arts and crafts.
Okay, so that's a total of how many positions?
6.
6?
7.
7 positions. And currently we're not able to budget for that in this current cycle?
Correct.
Okay. Are there areas in the department where we could focus on possibly funding these positions?
Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia, that's a great question, and I think it's one that is really benefited by the current structure that we have. There's obviously by being able to look at the services that we provide across all 5 divisions, 6 including the centralized administration function, it does allow us to think about how do we take something from one department or division, potentially provide additional resources. The where we're doing that the most is from Director Sanchez Tucker and my shared centralized budget, where we are actually kind of supplementing some emergency projects and things from our centralized 2 different divisions. That said, we haven't done that with staff yet. Internal to Director Sanchez's division at Senior Services, they have done things like freeze positions to increase compensation for other positions. We did that with some transit positions recently. So all of that's on the table, and we're definitely looking in that direction. I think the hardest part is that it's kind of zero sum, right? Even if positions are unfilled, we still believe many of those positions, they're not unfilled for lack of trying. I can promise you that. And it's a little bit of robbing Peter to pay Paul. If we cut a critical position, does it set to give us another critical position? Are we putting ourselves at a disadvantage in that other programmatic area? But the long and the short of it is that we're definitely looking where we can change things around if we need to.
Thank you. And I understand all that. I think that, we're looking to add another senior center. That's the direction. How are we going to fund that? How are we going to staff it? And we're already having issues with staffing some of these positions in this department. And so, and definitely coming from the south side where it's, you know, we're also an aging community in the South Side District 3, District 3 and 4. And it's going to be something that's very important that we make sure that we look for funding for these. And you know, you don't want to cripple or disable another department to fund one. I mean, robbing Peter to pay Paul is a perfect analogy, but I think that it's important that that we focus on this. And that's really all I had for Director Sanchez. I appreciate the work that you're doing with senior services because it's a vital part of our community. Thank you for keeping the time, Councilor Faulkner. I have it on my watch here too, so but that's great. I think we all need to keep each other accountable up here. The last thing I'll just have in regards to the libraries, and I don't know if it's really anything in regards to a question or to anyone more than a comment. You know, I do appreciate the statistics of bringing forward that the majority of youth that are being serviced for city programs in the summer and so on and so forth are mostly city residents. We do have many people who work for the city, which is another thing that I that live outside of the city, which is amazing, and I appreciate that. And then, you know, there are many people who work and contribute contribute to this city, and they don't work for the city. And you know, I'll just use an example. I have an employee who lives outside the city. They come here, has 3 kids. She's a single mother. And she's looking for those services too. And so how can we work with outside people to utilize this? Because they're definitely coming in and they're spending their GRT in our city and they're working for people in the city and things of that nature. And finally, maybe in regards to the library, you know, there could be a set price or schedule, and those that are city residents could have a different fee structure of some sort. And maybe that's just the way of doing it to not exclude people from utilizing those services. But, you know, if you are a city resident, obviously you get a better discounted price. So just my last comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Quick question, maybe for me and also just for the public. The difference between, and this is, I guess on your slide, positions versus FTE. So we got, like, for instance, in senior services, 56 positions, but only 52.5 FTE. Help me understand that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, council members, thank you for that question. I can say it in broad strokes, just from my knowledge of this.
Go ahead, and then Mr. Hopkins will fill in.
Positions would account for physical bodies, number of people doing jobs. FTEs accounts for how that number of bodies actually translates to a 40-hour classifying a full-time position as 40 hours a week. Is that a fair articulation?
Madam Chair, basically, an FTE means full-time equivalent. So someone who is a part-time, half-time person would be 1 position, 0.5 FTE.
Okay, and the vacancies, for instance, in senior services, 11 vacancies, are those FTEs or positions?
Those would be positions, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
That's what it says in parentheses, just confirming. I see staff in the wings. Do you want to add to that? Our expert. Okay, sorry. All right, that's helpful. I want to talk, well, 2 things, since I'm on senior services right now. Director, you mentioned health, that the positions you're missing are in health promotion and arts and crafts. I know you work tirelessly for this population, and as Councilor Lee Garcia said, it's an incredibly important one. Are there creative solutions to this? I mean, are there volunteers? It seems like we have an awful lot of talent in this community, both around health knowledge and kind of arts and crafts type people. Do you all work with maybe filling some of that void with volunteers who have the skill sets or knowledge in these two areas?
Madam Chair, yes, we do utilize volunteers for the arts and crafts. We also have volunteers that run our, so ceramics, jewelry making, carving, wood carving, all those types of things are done by volunteers. We did have paid staff on board at one time because volunteers are only there certain times, and we
Right.
offer more classes to the seniors.
Right.
Right now in the mornings, we've got a lot of stuff going on in the mornings, and I've got staff working on trying to fill our afternoons up with activities also. The promotion, that was actually a nurse, a retired nurse that we had that was able to come in and actually work with the seniors and, help them with health issues, check their glucose levels, different, just different simple things that they could help out with without having to, with their expertise.
Right, right. And I imagine that's the harder one, but it just seems like, we have a lot of retired people probably with this knowledge and also skill set, and they're looking for purpose. And then we've got people who are needing, things to do, and maybe there's ways to match those things up in a creative way, even if we can't fund positions at this point. And Director Hammond Paul, I can see you dying to jump in here, so.
Well, just a small comment on that, which is I think there's definitely opportunities that we'll look into there. I also want to flag one of the risks with depending on too much volunteer support is inconsistency of services quality, and managing volunteers can be a very timely.
You need a coordinator for the volunteers. I get it.
But I think as an interim, it's a way to, scale slightly, but it does come with some risks.
Yeah, no, I get that, and I appreciate that. Director Sanchez, anything you wanted to add to that, or?
So with our RSVP program, we have over 250 volunteers that volunteer at volunteer stations throughout the city. And we're always asking if they can also come and help out at our center with these type of programs also. So staff is actively recruiting all the time.
Yeah, you're already on it. Just curious, what's happening on the ground. Really appreciate that. I just want to flag. I know you said in terms of the ice rink, I think what was not funded. You're basically doing. When it breaks, then you deal with it. It's really hard to get out in front of it. I'm just going to flag that. The ice rink continues to have deferred maintenance, things that we know about now that are going to need replacing. I think we're talking about doing a capital budget down the road here. This is a very important facility. There's an important constituency, people who've worked hard to have this ice rink. I just, want to see us continuing to do to invest and to address the deferred maintenance issues that are there. And I know, Director Stinnett, you gave me a tour, and I've seen some of the things that I know you're concerned about. If you want to comment as to progress on any of that, or needs that are coming quick and we're going to have to be looking at sooner rather than later, in my 10 minutes, just give me a quick nutshell.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, we've successfully were able to complete a majority of the heart of the projects for the ice arena specifically. Our compressors 1 through 4 are currently all repaired, rebuilt, and functioning properly. We've now shifted our focus to the other ancillary pieces of the cooling towers, which we do need a replacement of one and a refurbishing of another, and our Munters units. Once we get all these shored up, we essentially are going to have new systems basically for the entire ice arena system. This past year's appropriations, we have monies right now. We're waiting on bids from our contractor for the replacement or the repairs. And then once we get through this portion, we'll see what other needs we have moving forward. I did want to add that we also have a assessment coming from Councilman Hunsaker for our aquatic systems as well, and those deferred maintenances. That'll come June 10th and 11th, and they'll be putting together a full preventative maintenance plan and short-term repair project list for us.
Okay, great. Sounds like progress. I really appreciate it. Director Hammond Paul.
Just quick addition, Director Sanchez Tucker and Stinnett, very wisely, if I'm not mistaken, put some foresight into the one-time requests to not only fix things that are broken, but to have a few things on hand that are hard to get if they are broken. So I don't know if those are specific to the ice arena or to the pools more broadly, but there was some work to identify what are critical components that we need to have on backup. I don't think we got all of them, but they've definitely put in the work to make sure that we're aware of those and are purchasing them where we can so we can have them in a supply closet. I
Great.
actually know how big some of them are.
Good, good to hear. Appreciate it. Director Sanchez Tucker, really quickly on the library. I think Director Hammond Paul, you had mentioned in your presentation that one of the things you'll measure success by is the number of new library cards issued. I don't know if what's happening with the environment we're in and the aggressiveness towards the immigrant community. I hear that the last time they were the target, we saw a decline in library cards issued because people didn't want to be in a database that could be compromised. Just curious if you've seen any of that decline already, what you might be doing to address it, and how we think about that if you've done any work around that issue and this environment.
I'm going to let Director Neal speak, but I will say that we just, I get a monthly report of library card reports. And so we have not declined. We continue to issue more library cards each month. So that's good. And I'll let Director Neal talk a little bit about some of the work we're working on to make sure that some of these barriers are removed and people feel safe using our libraries.
Great, thank you.
Hello, Chairman. The library, we don't generally see a reduction necessarily of cardholders who don't have identification. Most of all of our patrons, in order to get a library card, you have to have a piece of government ID. So we probably won't see any less cardholders signing up. We might see less people going to programs or feeling comfortable coming into the building, but since we don't track citizenship status, we don't necessarily know if they are citizens or not, or if they're coming or if they're not. And our numbers have been growing pretty steadily, and we haven't seen any declines yet. We are going to be working with some of our community partners to ensure that the libraries remain kind of a safe space. It doesn't have the kind of reputation that people might be in danger if they come to the library, or that it might get rated, because we don't keep any information that would be relevant to, for example, the federal government. We don't ask for citizenship status. We don't ask any of those questions. So libraries are kind of safe spaces naturally, but we are, because everything is changing so quickly, we are keeping an eye on the kind of mood in the community. And, you know, by working with our community partners, we're trying to determine if there's more that we can do to make people feel safer, more comfortable, and make sure that the libraries stay apolitical and just as a place where anybody can go to access resources.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I think Councilor Cassett, you had a couple more questions, and my time is up.
Just one more question, and then I will free you all. Well, we'll see if they have. I will free you all. In the budget book, page 51, looking at the proposed fiscal year budget, the last line says securing an additional $2 million in external funding to sustain ARPA-funded programs and expand new initiatives. My question is, from where? At this point, as we've mentioned, federal dollars are questionable, likely out of our reach, and for probably a lot of these programs. State's also going to be a little bit questionable given their own challenges that they'll experience with federal funding. So curious where the potential is to secure this money and which ARPA programs are we hoping to sustain with them?
So Madam Chair, Counselor Cassett, that's a great question. I'm halfway to my goal of 2 million, I will say. We have 818,000 coming to the governing body in a state violence intervention grant that targets youth gun violence. That was one of the priority areas of our ARPA project, and this will actually continue the program post ARPA funding, which is fantastic. We also just got a grant agreement from if Chief Joy was here, he would help me. CVRC, Community Violence Reparation something Commission, who's dedicating funding to our domestic violence response specialist. And so that's going to be 3 years of ongoing funding to support that position, which is managed by my office, but is supporting the police department. We also received, oh my gosh, we received additional grant funding to support the Escalones program through Growing Up New Mexico. And that was through a foundation through the National League of Cities. So we're continuing that program. So there is money. So I'm a little bit towards my goal. I'm about 53% of 2 million. So I'm hoping to hit that 2 million mark by the next fiscal year. But yeah, that's where we're looking. So there is some pots of federal funding that support this work. The state also has quite a bit of funding. We did get a legislative appropriation. I think it was mostly for capital, not really for operational. So I'm not counting that funding. But there are still pots out there and we're looking for them.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. I know if anyone can find them, you can. And then I'm curious about the Apprende program because our funding for that dries up at the end of this year. I know we gave them 900,000 for 3 years, I believe. Do you know anything that's going on with continuing that? Is that something that we are pursuing or at least assisting them with finding outside funding from another source?
So Madam Chair, Councilor Cassett, that's a really good question. The Apprende program has been incredibly beneficial to our community, and it's a program that I personally want to continue seeing grow and expand and flourish. One of the things I've been looking at is the congressional delegation, because I know early childcare is a big priority. So that's where I'm pursuing funding to continue to support that program. They'll probably be expending their ARPA funding by December of 2026. So I do know that I've helped support them on quite a few federal grants, as well as some local state grants, signing letters of support and things like that. But I haven't heard how they are financial wise post our ARPA money. So I'll check in with them on that.
Okay, thank you. And as always, if there's anything I can do to assist with that, please do let me know. Madam Chair.
Other questions from the committee? All right, thank you all. Really appreciate everything you've done. Do we have a motion to preliminarily approve this budget?
So moved.
Can you do a second? We've got a motion and a second to preliminarily approve this budget. If we could get a roll call.
Certainly. Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
She says
Counselor
yes.
Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Chair Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion pass.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. Really great work and always interesting to hear about what's happening. So love these opportunities. All right. We have one more budget to do this afternoon. Let me just get there. It is the information technology and telecommunications budget. Come on down. You're the next contestants. Now I'm dating myself. I keep accusing the mayor of doing that. Okay, welcome, Director. Please feel free to introduce yourself and any of your team members. It's obviously you appear before us regularly. We know who you are, but anybody watching now or later may not be as familiar. So welcome and take it away.
Madam Chair, committee members, thank you for having us. I was going to say thank you to the mayor as well, but he's not here. Thank you, Director Oster, as well. So my name is Eric Candelaria. I'm the IT director for the city of Santa Fe. And as we walk through this a little bit, the slides that we're providing are going to be kind of high level, but each one I'm going to kind of drill down a little bit more. You can move to the next slide. So, you left.
Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah,
I'm
keep going.
temporary,
Keep
Madam
going.
Chair, so
Yeah,
go right
yeah.
ahead.
Madam Chair, committee members, thank you so much for the time today. The presentation we're doing today are key initiatives based on the current projects and initiatives that are going to be withheld or part of this new budget. We'll talk a little bit about a few of the accomplishments that we made in previous fiscal years. But we really want to focus on the funded initiatives in current IT budget. So our focus is twofold: to be a resilient, secure infrastructure and service-centric transformation. We're also beginning our journey into artificial intelligence to enhance operations citywide. Next slide. So a little bit about us. The Information Technology and Telecommunications Department of the City of Santa Fe is dedicated to leveraging innovative technology solutions to enhance operational efficiency, secure digital infrastructure, support citywide strategic goals through its specialized divisions that are including our administrative services that is led by Kayla Connor, our admin manager, our IT security and compliance, which is led by John Lucero, our IT security, our enterprise applications was led by Zarifa Justova, who she was behind me there, as well as our end user support, which is led by Ramon Cameron from our EUS team, and our infrastructure services, which is led by Larry Worstel. And then we also have a project management office led by Lorraine Nobes. These group of individuals lead our hardworking teams into the initiatives and progress that we're trying to make throughout the city. So part of these different areas within the IT department deliver comprehensive services such as application management, cybersecurity, user support, network infrastructure, and progress or project governance. In FY25, ITT achieved significant advancements, including system upgrades, expanding our enterprise resource planning platform, enhanced cybersecurity, and community-focused digital services. For FY26, ITT is focused on strengthening governance, improving service delivery, expanding security initiatives, and aligning IT operations with the city's evolving needs through the strategic leadership hires, system upgrades, and process optimization. Next slide. So part of our FY26 budget includes that we're strengthening the city cyber defenses in response to rising threats and compliance requirements. This includes expanding multi-factor authentication across critical systems, rolling out endpoint detection tools, and enhancing our event monitoring with security information and event management systems. We're also including endpoint detection and response to our security team. These investments reduce risk of breaches and ensure readiness for audits. Our objective is to reduce cyber risk, strengthen data protection, and meet compliance standards. Part of our security assessments is the adoption of the national frameworks such as the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is NIST, and Operational Organization for Standardization, which is ISO. These help us conduct regular audits and testing, which includes incident response planning and tabletop exercises. Plus, they also prioritize risk mitigation. Our MFA expansion and endpoint detection and response and security information and event management will strengthen our ability to detect the responses to threats, reduce risks of breaches, phishing, and malware. We're also including user awareness training, which will include phishing simulations and staff education, reduce human error, which is one of our biggest security risks. Vulnerability patching will be automated for consistency and reduce manual workloads. We're aligning with, like I said, NIST and Zero Trust architecture to make incident response plan enhancements industry standard to protect against ransomware and breaches. Some of these return on investment highlights include reduced risk of data breaches, ransomware, and service outages. Compliance with these standards allow us to meet those federal and state security laws. We lower our incident response costs via proactive detection. These investments ensure compliance, protect city data, and reduce cyber risk in a scalable, most cost-effective way. Next slide. For FY26, we're consolidating outdated infrastructure into a Dell VX Rail hyperconverged infrastructure to reduce our physical footprint. We improve disaster recovery and boost performance. Cloud-based backups with Commvault ensures resilient and regulatory compliance while modernizing our Avaya phone systems to ensure future compatibility with cloud-based tools like Microsoft Teams. Our objective is to build a resilient, scalable, and efficient IT foundation. A little bit about the Dell VX hardware upgrade. It's a hyper-converged infrastructure to improve performance as well as our disaster recovery. It consolidates and reduces management time. You can kind of consider the Dell VX Rail model like an all-in-one, so it lets us capture servers, servers, storage, and networking all in one box. So you can kind of think of it like a Lego. So you build small and you can build on top of that. Commvault backup cloud solution will help us enhance our backups for Microsoft Office 365, OneDrive, SharePoint, and other critical applications. These cloud-based solutions allow for faster recovery, better data protection, and better defense. Our Avaya phone system upgrade gives us modern voice stream integration with Teams-ready applications for better uptime and lower support costs. And then we'll continue to do our network upgrades to replace any outdated switches, firewalls, and links. These improve connectivity, security, and uptime citywide. Cloud-based solutions are just tools that we can just use to access over the internet. Our IT's main focus is to really look for those opportunities because these require less hands-on support for our team to have to install software on local machines where they're just using links to get to those. Some of those return on investment highlights are 20 to 40% reduction in IT admin workload, up to 70% faster recovery and provisioning times, lower power and cooling, and hardware cost maintenance. So we're also enhancing our communications and reliability by securing and transitioning from the aging analog radio for our public entities. We're moving to the statewide P25 digital system, just as we did last year for our first responders. We're going to start this year with high usage departments like Public Works and Transit, and then eventually get everybody replaced. We're also expanding facility access controls and surveillance for staff and public safety, as well as asset management as due to the increased crime rates that we're seeing. Some of those return on investment highlights include seamless operation and interoperability with emergencies, improve audio clarity and encryption for the public radios. We also lower the maintenance burden over legacy systems. Next slide. So the FY20 budget indicates that we have completed the early steps of defining the artificial intelligence needs for the city. We have captured use cases that can be leveraged to improve city services. For example, defined use cases for HR, constituent services, ITT, land use, and procurement. We're streamlining legacy systems and manual processes by migrating applications to modern cloud-based platforms. We're improving reporting and decision-makings with better data integrations and automation of tools. Our objective is to modernize and connect systems to improve data processes. The current budget funds the groundwork related to artificial intelligence integration, as we talked about, including prioritizing use cases that will enhance automation, citizen services, and internal efficiency. Initial steps in business process automation and cloud migration are included, targeting legacy systems like our procurement system, utility billing, and HR. What we want to do is try to move the key systems to modern cloud-based platforms, reduce technical debt, and improve scalability. A lot of those return on investment highlights will reduce manual efforts and errors, faster approvals, reporting and service delivery, consolidation reduces licensing and support costs. These initiatives reduce technical debt and improve city agility, remove redundant tools, cut costs, and simplify the IT landscape. These efforts enable smarter service delivery, reduce errors, in the position for the city for long-term AI integration. Next slide. So improving IT support responsiveness starts with upgrading our ticketing system to a better tracking of IT and a better tracking of IT assets. The data refresh program ensures staff have reliable, secure, and standardized equipment, cutting support tickets and improving productivity. Our objective is to empower staff with the tools to improve service delivery. The current budget funds an updated ITSM, which is the Information Technology Services Management methodology for supporting and introduces automation and improves user satisfaction. With a ticketing system like this, we can track and automate workflows, track performance, instill more up-to-date service level agreements and key performance indicators that will not only will be able to report exactly what we're trying to, or the number of tickets we're actually able to open and close, where our trending techniques are and issues before they become problems. They allow us to kind of track those at a higher level so we can kind of mitigate them quickly and faster. We want to also implement an asset management tool, which software provides life cycle tracking, reduce asset loss, and improves procurement planning. With those, we can track and be able to cut waste, reduce audit risks, and improve forecasting. The device refresh program ensures employees are equipped with reliable, secure tools, replacing aging computers to reduce downtime, standardize support, and improve staff productivity. When we talk about service-centric IT, what we're really talking about ways that we can focus on delivering services, not just managing hardware and software. And I think of it as, kitchen, owning kitchen tools. You have the tools, which is the hardware itself, the ingredients, which is the software, and we focus on serving the great meals. So that's the service, and the customers are our end users. So it becomes more about helping people get what they need and access to the apps and the support that they need. So return on investment highlights will be a 20 to 40% improvement in ticket resolution time, 30% plus reduction in lost equipment and software overspending, increased user satisfaction and uptime. Time savings, better service, and reduced support overhead. Next slide. And lastly, well, we're implementing structured governance frameworks and tools to prioritize and deliver IT projects that align with citywide goals. These improvements will reduce delays, track outcomes, and ensure strategic resource allocation. Our objective is to deliver projects on time, within budget, and aligned to city goals. Investments in project management portfolios, change management, improvement, transparency, and deliver on IT initiatives. We're implementing consistent project frameworks, tracking issues, and KPI dashboards to ensure accountability and progress alignment. This promotes a more service-driven IT culture where residents and departments feel the direct impact of technology improvements. A return on investment highlights for those are improved project delivery consistency, real-time visibility into budget and resource use. Strategic alignment reduces misallocation of funds. So clear oversight, better execution, and transparent use of funds. Next slide. So as we talk about throughout the presentation about what this year's budget does provide, there are still some critical IT modernization and service delivery gaps that we have identified. A lot of them are reduced or increased growth for legal and video archiving. When we implemented that project, we didn't know we were going to use as much storage as we did. So we were able to get some, through one-time capital spend fund, some additional resources to procure more storage, but we can pretty much anticipate that we'll be seeing that increase as well. As our ongoing growth in staff becomes more increasing throughout the year, more staff equals more devices, more either their mobile devices, phones, licensing for Adobe, Zoom, Teams, and so on. To try to strike some of that in that context, IT is moving to a more mobile-centric dynamic. Right now, we have a lot of users who have, a desktop, then they have a laptop, and then they have an iPad. So by reducing some of that footprint, we're able to procure more devices to refresh on an annual basis. So we're defining them as user-centric, desk-centric, and mobile-centric users. This will give them especially a mobile-centric user, the mobility to go from one place to another and still be able to be connected. And then also a lot of the applications that we're putting in are going to be more user-friendly and mobile-centric as well. So access to SharePoint, access to OneDrive, access to Teams, all can be done on a multiple array of devices. And of course, electronic costs due to some of the uncertainty as tariffs are going to arise. We're going to see a lot more the cost for a laptop, which is currently about $1,400, could rise up to 5,000. A cell phone that's currently like 12,000 or 1,200 could go to about 6,000. So not only is the cost going to increase, but also the length of time that we do get these devices will also increase too. So not allotted for this budget is the increase. So if we have a certain number of percentage devices we need to replace, depending on how those are structured, we may have to reduce less. And also some of the other things that were not accounted for in the budget. As we begin that process into artificial intelligence, there's a lot of other attributes that go along with it. So there's governance that has to go along with it. The use cases that we have defined, some of them can be fit within this budget, but there are some that we just did not account for because of the cost for either it's, data governance, depending on getting more people in here to help with that implementation of that AI strategic goal. Next slide. So with a clear emphasis on cybersecurity, infrastructure readiness, and responsible AI exploration, we are making deliberate strategic investments that increase efficiency, improve services, and future-proof our operations. This year's IT budget makes strategic return on investments in security, modernization, and service delivery. It lays the foundation for AI. The smarter services will be ensuring that we're protected against growing threats. As technology continues to evolve, future investments must address the gaps to keep pace with the staff growth and data demands. With some of the investments, we prevent costly outages and security incidents, modernize outdated unsupported systems, protect resident data and city operations, increase transparency on the return and investment for every project, support strategic goals, staff needs, and citizen services. So, Madam Chair, committee members, thank you for your committed support to build our secure, scalable, and service-driven digital city. These initiatives are not just upgrades, they're essential investments in our operational continuity, public safety, cybersecurity, and digital transformation. With your support, we can ensure a secure, modern, and efficient technology foundation for the city.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Critical work that underlies everything we do at the city. Questions from the committee? Councilor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I won't keep us till 9 o'clock tonight. This is an area that I obviously am really connected to, have background in technology management and how technology helps us be more efficient, how it allows us to do our jobs, especially in this day and age where everything is connected. And so, I think that for the majority of people, they don't really care how it works. They just want it to work. My printer's not working. How is it good? I don't care. Just, can you fix it? My phone's not connected. And I'm sure these are areas that you guys deal with on a day-to-day basis, and a lot of your time is consumed by that. And so, all of the background work that happens with connectivity, security, AI is a huge issue these days, obviously as it grows. And what are the things that we are doing as policymakers, elected officials to, safeguard a lot of our information, things of that nature. I think that some of the things that how do we look at your budget and say how do we fund the absolute basic critical needs of security and functionality for all of the end users of the city, and then how does that translate into the service that we're providing to the community? Because you know, obviously, again, constituent calls and I'm having an issue with logging into the website to pay my bill, whether it's utility billing or so on and so forth. And you guys have your hands in all of those departments. Not just from like what you said in regards to our iPads and our iPhones, but all of the systems that are connected. And so, you know, I'm just gonna go into the key budget limitations and where you have on risks and focus on that. Where we don't have funding for things such as growing storage needs. I mean, the amount of data that's needed nowadays just to you know, think about it from a personal perspective, on your iPhone or on your Samsung, and your storage is already, somebody has 20,000 million pictures. And so, you know, to do that stuff locally on servers is very difficult. Maybe you can address a little bit of how maybe we can look towards that into the future. Because storage needs definitely, for historical data and purposes is very important for our departments.
Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia, thank you for that question. So I think it starts really from an IT perspective, the way that we structure our budget every year. So we focus on, like you said, those key items, cybersecurity, hardware replacement. And then we look how we can minimize the spend for each of those. So as we talked about moving users from, you know, 3 devices to 1 device, ways that we can eliminate probably on-desk phones if they're using mostly cell phones, or vice versa. We're constantly looking for ways that we can not spend so much so we can have money to buy or increase storage if needed. We've been real fortunate in the last few fiscal years where we've been allotted some capital expenditures, which we did spend on those hard to grab improvements that no matter where we look to cut money internally within our department, we were able to find that money through those times of spends. So we've taken, you know, full advantage for every opportunity that we've gotten. The city leaders have been very observant of those needs when we've asked for them, and they put high priority on them. So we're truly indebted for that they think of technology in that realm. The other aspect that you're talking about, ways that, you know, that we can help our, you know, not only our internal team members, the city staff, but also the constituents which you all represent. If we can get them access to easier mobile apps to pay their bills, to have a digital library card, those are all the things that, you know, we strive to look at to how we can help benefit the city. Working with the businesses who are our stakeholders, which are the other departments, on how we can achieve those goals. I think ultimately it's going to really pertain around data, data governance, a data strategy. A lot of our current full-time staff budget is designed around keeping the lights on, implementing, you know, key strategic standardized operations, methodologies, gets our IT team out of this constant firefight mode. I know just a while ago, I don't know if you guys saw a little bit of the chaos behind you. That's because we did have a network issue. And so we're constantly trying to mitigate those types of issues. And the sooner that we can fall into, you know, having a correct and standard incident response for either a cybersecurity attack, a network issue, or just somebody who can't get the access that they need, the more that we're in that firefight mode, we can no longer be proactive. And being proactive is where we can, you know, in small chunks, start making those strides to create a data governance, to create a data strategy. So our current team right now is basically really just keeping the lights on. You know, if we had more resources, we can dedicate resource staff. So far in this budget cycle or in these budget hearings, I've heard multiple departments, and I'll hear multiple departments in the next few days, if not week, talk about how data is driving most of their work. And if we can structure ways that we can capture all that data, all this AI work that we're starting to do, all this AI initiatives that we're starting to plan, we can leverage that data and actually do some really useful things with it. But it's really going to start on data governance and that data strategy to start with.
Thank you, Director. Yeah, I just, I really do appreciate you all focusing on how do we reduce the, obviously the cost of, whether it's a phone, an iPad, a PC, people that do travel from one place to another, maybe it's a docking station that they could just, utilize that, as far as their connectivity instead of having to have another device, things of that nature. And so, and going into, also with the future with more Zoom meetings and whether it's Teams meetings or things of that nature, and all of those carry licenses. And that's probably a big chunk of what we're paying as well. So, not really any other questions regards to your specific budget, but I do appreciate the presentation and how inclusive it was of everything that we needed. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions from the committee? Counselor Lindell?
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. I don't have really any specific questions because I don't know enough to ask the right question. What you do totally confuses me. I have a vast amount of respect for it. I don't even know why this works. I have no clue about that. But what I do know is that I know that we're under constant attack from hackers and all kinds of things all the time, every day. And, I've been here long enough that I remember when we had a room down the hall that was so hot you couldn't walk into it. It's like, whoa, this can't be good. We've really come a long, long way in the last few years. And I mean, an incredible amount of progress. And I think the work that you do is really, really hard. I have no clue how you keep up with what you do. I mean, who tells you about this? How do you know? Whenever you guys come and help me, you're always so darn cheerful about it. I'm like, well, that's good. 'Cause I'm not feeling very cheerful that my phone isn't working. So I just really want to say thank you, and that I'm in awe of how you keep up with what you do. Because I think that the world changes in this particular arena so quickly in the blink of an eye that someone like myself would have no idea how hard the work is. Thank you very much.
Counselor Cassett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Counselor Lindell, I'm there with you that a lot of this is way, way over my head. I frequently joke that I'm a terrible millennial.
That are considering the age gap.
Well, remember that I'm the worst millennial to ever millennial. So minus my student loans, I didn't do it right. So I'm still drowning in student loans. So did that part, But I did want to thank you all. Tenzin's not here, but I do want to thank Tenzin because nobody would be able to get a hold of me without him. Frequently, there's a lot of things that I have no idea what to do about, and I just call Tenzin and then he fixes it, and it's wonderful. Don't know how he does it. Hacks into my computer somehow. It's wonderful. I just had a few questions. One, I wanted to check in on the move because you all are moving to Market Station, correct?
Madam Chair, Counselor Cassett, yes.
And that was funded as part of the one-time funding, the process of moving, correct?
I believe that was part of the one-time funding. I'm not positive. I know it was delegated for another department, but then the sale of Midtown and moved us up the food chain, so to speak.
Okay, and so I was curious how that, given that Midtown is moving and we're moving as fast as we can, what that's looking like, and then if there's any associated costs within this budget, which that might be a budget team question.
Madam Chair, Councilor Cassett, there's not in our IT budget, but I believe there's some in the overarching budget for that move. Or am I
Maybe in facilities. I'm guessing Mr. Hopkins is making his way down.
need to buy them capes. I may get more.
So they can fly down the ramp.
roller skates.
Roller skates, that'd be interesting. What do you think about that,
Skateboard.
Andy?
Madam Chair, I must apologize once I didn't hear the question because I just heard Trump named us New America. So,
Well, that's
our lovely state.
wait, our state?
Yes.
Oh, God.
So I'm not sure if that's New America or New Merca. It's probably one of the two, but could you repeat the question?
Yes, I was asking about the move. I get loopy at the end of meetings. Everybody knows this. The move of IT to Market Station, and whether, I know we funded it with some of the one-time dollars. Is there something budgeted somewhere within the FY26 budget supporting that, or was that already taken care of?
Madam Chair, Councilor Cassett, there is not as yet something budgeted in the 26 budget. As with most of the one-time money, we will be seeking to do a carry forward for that
Okay.
in first quarter.
Okay.
We actually specifically tell departments, do not include any one-time or carry forward type money in the budget, because if they carry it forward now, they're just going to have to adjust it in first quarter anyway, because they don't know exactly how much they will have to carry forward until the year ends.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then what is the timeline for the move? That's probably is that a facilities question, or is that a?
I would say that's more of a facilities questions. They do give us projected timeframes, which is 18 to 24 months.
Okay. Okay. Yep. All right. I usually let Sam just do things too. I'm just like, oh, fine. You say that needs to be done. Great. Sounds good. And then so I know that a lot of times, and we've had a number of conversations around, different software systems and how they communicate, and needing different software systems, for various functions throughout the city, because whether the procurement system's not working, or I know land use needs a new software system to track short-term rentals. And your team is highly involved in that. And I was curious about the process for, when different departments, when they do want to purchase new software, what does that approval process look like? And how does that, how does that, intersect with the work that you all are doing?
So currently, previous to when I got here, there was a CCB board committee that got together within IT to review.
And CCB stands for?
Change Control Board.
Okay.
Thank you for the alphabet soup correction. Since I got here, we thought about ways that we can implement one IT governance. As we've seen in probably the last year, where we've had multiple systems that were purchased outside of IT's knowledge, or because at the direction of IT, IT governance is going to be a key point going forward, because IT should not be making business decisions on what software to buy or when and when not to buy software. Currently, what we do is we have an e-review process where a department will submit their request to our IT department. And with the throughput of questions, we can see how much of IT support is needed, where this application interacts with something else. And usually our response is, because there's not really a governance in place, is to say, have we looked at any other systems that could possibly fit this mold? Whether it's Munis, whether it's another application that we have. Again, it's not our role to sit there and say, yes, you must do it this way, or tell a department how to spend their money. But our approach is really to look at them and figure out how we can help them, and how we can, if we can, get it to talk to our source of truth, which is Munis. In this time frame, we've identified that there's a huge restructure in business process that needs to take place. So the current Munis system that we have is Munis system, Tyler Technologies, because that's how it was built. It's pretty popular throughout the country because of its ease of operability and its ease and lack of customization. And when I say lack of customization, it's I needed to do A, B, and C. What we're finding is that we have other departments where leaders come from different agencies, whether they're the state, whether they're the county, where they do specific tasks a certain way. Our current system doesn't allow for that type of customization. If we are going to look to something like that, then we have to really think about how we drive our business process. So we must change our business process to adapt to our system. So there's ongoing conversations with some of the departments and how we can kind of rework their business processes to meet the software we bought. And if it doesn't meet that need, then we look for ways that we can implement software that still talks to Munis. And that's kind of the short answer for our goal, within the next year. I would like to think we can actually think about it more broadly and think about is where we need to be with Munis where we should be, or should we look at something else? Or do we just start having a bunch of different software all over the place? Which is what we don't want to do. So we look for ways that we can integrate, to what we currently have as a source of truth. Finance came to us with specific needs for Questica, and the driving factor for that was the idea that they couldn't do multi-year budgeting. So that alone is a big plus, not only for me as a department director, but probably for the rest of the directors. So I think starting in that realm, looking at business process, how we can improve it, ways that we can take some of those things and not just automate them, but also make them more linear to our source of truth. So in a nutshell, that's kind of the take on that.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that, because I know that's I know it's complicated, and I've heard that it can be a little challenging, that some of these conversations can be challenging. But I also know that from our perspective, there have been things that whether it's data that we want, or we want to be able to serve the constituents in a certain way, and we'll get this. Our software doesn't do this, and it's tough to figure out what the different ones are. So thank you for providing some more education about that. I will be interested to see how that process does get more solidified as you guys work on that through this year. So thank you. Other questions?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the work you do. I know just enough to be dangerous, I think. I think this is an area where we could spend endless amounts of money and still it's not, enough, and there's always more you can do. I am encouraged that you think that we're being strategic, that we're kind of, I can't remember your exact words in your closing, but that we're laying the proper foundation in a lot of these areas. Clearly, cybersecurity is a big one. AI is emerging. We've got to keep up with that. We've got to understand how it's going to affect our business practices, both good and bad. And I'm happy to see the work that you're doing in the stuff that I do understand, like the IPRA support around police reports, the asset management tracking, huge help with Questica. This committee is so excited for Questica. Some of the things that I think we do understand, that's part of your work. I'm curious about your the storage issue and the servers. Do we have our own servers? And I don't think this is a conversation that compromises us, but if it does, I can have this conversation offline. But how does that work exactly? Do we use kind of servers that are, again, this is where I know just enough to be dangerous or stupid, I'm not sure which, but that servers actually, the availability of servers has really changed the landscape. This is not new, it's been a while, but what is the storage challenge? Other than there's way more data than.
Right, then we have.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Councilor, or committee members. I think, as we talked about that Dell VxRail, the Lego that we build on top of, that's kind of the start of what we're talking about, reducing our footprint and access to some of that storage. But we also do a lot of cloud-based storage that allows us to, restore a little bit quicker. So Commvault is what we're really kind of forging into. So it's going to allow us to put our data backups in a secure area in the cloud that we can access as we need it. So the availability is much higher than an on-prem area, but we also have, local data center within, our Department of IT, but then also a secondary disaster recovery site that's located elsewhere. So our goal is to continually try to reduce our bare metal footprint and get more into the cloud-based solutions. So the availability is much better with a cloud-based solution than it would be with an on-prem.
Yeah, and it's the cloud-based stuff that's eliminating the hot room that Councilor Lindell was talking
Yes,
about, correct?
yes.
See my little base
There you go.
there? I did have another question. What was it? Oh, I don't know. Probably wasn't that important in the grand scheme of things. Hold on. I think it had something to do, training. And you talked about, I think, in one of your slides, the cyber security training. Can you just speak to that a little bit about what you're doing with staff, in terms of phishing? And I know that's something we do experience besides, oh my God, my phone doesn't work, please fix it. But, just the scams that we get and being wise enough to go, oh, whoops, that's not something I should respond to. Can you just speak a little bit about the training you all do citywide, really, to help us not fall into those mines?
Yeah, we're starting to increase our training assessment by starting to send out public service announcements on ways to, identify a phishing email. I think in particular cases for the city council as well as the city leadership, they're more directed towards what they would call spear phishing, which is directed specifically to them because of who they are. And then overarching is what is called whale fishing, which is just a wide net that is cast in hope that somebody catches it. I was talking with Larry Warstall and Galen Dobbs, our network engineer, the other day, and we were talking about the number of emails that come into the city. About 80% of them are blocked before they even get to you guys. And so that's a lot of traffic, whether it's whale fishing or spear fishing. So, the amount of time that we spend trying to educate our users to do that, I think the better off we're going to be. And our security officer just recently submitted an application for a grant, a non-reporting grant. It's called KnowBe4 with the Cybersecurity of Technology of New Mexico, which we were awarded. So we'll be implementing some more, training mechanisms for our users so they can get them more educated. And then we also want to take a look at how we have such a unique opportunity to probably even educate the constituents of Santa Fe on ways that they can identify if they're being, targeted or, receive a phishing or scam email. So, working with our leadership team internally to IT, we're trying to figure out ways that we can do that and bring that to the forefront. So working with, other directors and how we can get that message out is just going to be the starting point. And we're hoping that we can leverage that and do that, and then hopefully it doesn't cost us a lot of funds to do that.
Okay, one other question, really quickly. Tyler Munis, when you have to pay a bill with the city, you have to enter your credit card, I think.
So there,
Do we have, does Tyler Munis support the ability to have, use other third party, like if you use PayPal or whatever the other things are, or is that department specific or depends on the bill you're paying?
So it depends on the bill you're paying. So one of our goals is to consolidate the cashiering services throughout the city into one mechanism. Because there's a little bit of, legacy architecture that's sitting out there that relies on a slide credit card machine. Some of ours, I think, only take cash or something like that. So our team is working with a lot of these departments to consolidate those cash payment systems into one. We haven't identified which one it's going to be yet. Tyler Technologies does offer what they call Tyler Pay, but they're not really guaranteeing us that it's going to be up and running by the time we want this to happen. But we are going to leverage what we can.
I mean, do people, because I would assume people have issues with entering their credit card into our systems.
I would say yes, they do because of the usability aspect of it, and hopefully upgrading to one consolidated mechanism. People will be able to expect the same thing everywhere they go.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. Well, again, thank you. I learned something every time you all come in front of us. And my kids are constantly teaching me. Counselor Cassett is constantly teaching me, despite her being a non-millennial millennial. I'm not sure, worse millennial, I'm not even sure what that means. But anyway, there we go. So anyway, thank you for all you do. I know we're, this is, again, critical work. It underlies everything we do across the city. And I know we're continually making improvements and we need to continue to make improvements. And the field is, as Councilor Lindell said, moving fast and changing quickly. So it's a constant challenge. So thank you for trying to keep up with it. Any other questions from the committee? All right. Is there a motion to preliminarily approve this budget? Motion to approve. Second. Motion and a second. Can we get a roll call, please, Director Oster?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Councilor Cassett.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Faulkner.
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Chair Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right. Now, before you all run away, let's see. Matters from the chair. Our next meeting is Monday, April 28th. We'll continue. Director Oster, remind me, are we starting at 10 and going till 4? Does somebody, okay, I'm getting affirmative from the back.
Madam Chair, on Monday, April 28th, yes, we are scheduled to review the Public Works budget at 10 a.m. Here in this room.
Okay. And we go till 4 on that day?
Yes, Madam
All right.
Chair.
And we'll be taking a lunch. All right.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
We also have a regular Finance Committee meeting on Monday as well at 5 p.m.
Terrific. Fun and games. All right. We're adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.